Oh, it probably changed my device. Yep, it did. And then you say something?
Ooh, and we got our little logo in the corner.
Nice. I'm going to turn on some stream beats so there's audio playing over.
Okay.
And these are royalty free.
Ooh, you've got some latency now, but oh well.
Kind of latency.
It's just about 5 second delay.
Oh, that's okay.
Yeah. It sounds music worthy.
Oh. Let's get rid of that. All right. We're live.
Oh,
We're
I
in
need to turn
charge.
that off then. So I hear it in the background. There, we're getting some people.
Yep. I think people will start to meander.
Yeah, there's
in.
Sam.
Yeah, hey, Sam.
Yeah. And then Sam and not in his basement.
Yeah, this is Ham Radio Shack, Sam. Probably
Nice.
almost hear the whir of the flex here. I'm actually working from home during this, and then right when I go on, I'm done. So I'll just be kind of here in the background. You can call me out if you want something, but I know I'm on at 6:30. Hopefully the propagation's good.
Yeah.
Yeah,
For the
I'll.
electrical transformers.
Yeah, hopefully there's no squirrels on your transformer. Yeah, was that one of those power outages you heard? Like, bam.
Yeah, normally I would hear it. This one must have been the substation or something because I did not hear it. Did not hear a thing.
Mm-hmm. Now
And
we
it
have a
took out
YouTube.
about 3/4 of the city. So
We've got a
Wow.
YouTube kicking around here, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, can you put the link in the comment for
Mhm.
for us, please? Pretty please.
Chat.
Hmm.
Oh, that's a schedule. Probably want the. There.
And I'll be right back.
Peter's got it. All right. I assume we're just waiting for more people to come in.
yep, just waiting on people to get here.
All right.
Looks like we're getting there quickly.
Yeah, now hopefully a squirrel doesn't sit on my transformer, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Boom! All right, we're done.
If one does it on mine, then everyone loses the YouTube stream.
Oh, dang. Well, let's
Yeah.
not do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's not do that either. Audrey, you ready to roll? You're up first.
Hi.
And
there.
Eileen, you're in the future. So how's the future?
The future is bright. So bright I can't sleep.
And this is going to keep you up to midnight, right?
Well, and the sun doesn't set, so there's no time to sleep anyway. It's
Right.
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
Way up there.
Okay, so how was my pronunciation? Did
I ignored it.
you ignored it?
How should we say your name?
It doesn't really matter. I've been called Ellen, but my name is Eileen.
Ellie.
Okay.
So it's like a mix between Alan and Aileen,
Eileen.
basically. So
Yeah.
yeah,
Hmm.
doesn't matter. I'll
Sure.
respond to anything.
I'm sure I saw
Hey,
it plenty
you.
of times wrong in Friedrichshafen anyway.
True.
All right, well, we'll get started. We're behind here. Let me hit record. Record to this computer. All right, there we go. All right, so yeah, an interesting day already. Bit by the cat and blood gushing everywhere, followed by power outage, and the power's back on. So hopefully it all works. Hi, I'm Neil Rapp. If you don't know me, I'm WB9VPG. I'm the camp director. I have the other three members of the Youth on the Air Committee with me. Sterling Mann, N0SSC.
Hello.
Jocelyn Bro, KD8VRX or VA2VRX, depending on which side of the border he's on at the time. better known as Chris's dad, and Sam Rose, KC2LRC. And we'll just kind of be popping in from time to time. I want to give you a little bit of what's going on, and then I'm going to back out and let Audrey take it first. So let me pull this up here real quick. And we'll do this. Okay, so
It's good.
we're here today because we were supposed to be in camp this week. And we wanted to do something, so we put together this virtual day. So we hope you enjoy it. And it'll give you a little bit of an idea of what's going to take place next year when we do get the camp. We're just about ready to announce the dates, by the way, so that'll be coming up soon. This is our schedule for today, and if you look in the chat on Zoom, there's a link to the schedule on the website. If you're watching on YouTube, just go to youthontheair.org, and there's a link there that has the PDF version of this. But we're going to start off with Audrey talking about a balloon launch. Then our contesting guys will be here to talk about contesting skills. And then we're going to have a competition. And everybody on Zoom will have a chance to win prizes. And I'll be showing you the prizes here as we go. But Heil Sound and R&L Electronics donated those. Then Sterling's going to do something about transmitter hunting from home. And then we'll have another competition. And then Ruth is going to talk about satellites. And then we're going to take a dinner break. And we run over. We may have to cut the dinner break a little bit. And then at 6:30, we'll come back with Sam talking about software-defined receivers online. And we'll have another competition, and then we'll have closing announcements, door prizes, and the grand prize drawing. So you want to make sure you're here because you can win some prizes, and with there being a limited number of people, the chances of you winning are good. So be here. But DX Engineering is giving us door prizes. We're going to give one away on Zoom to the campers and one on YouTube. A lucky viewer will win a $100 gift certificate to DX Engineering. And then we have the grand prize from R&L Electronics, and we'll keep that a secret until the end, but you'll be very happy. So that's our schedule for today. And we want to thank Heil Sound, DX Engineering, and R&L Electronics for sponsoring the prizes for today. Couple of things. The field day remote, if you're going to do the field day remote, the deadline is the end of the session today because Chris needs some time to get that schedule made up and send that stuff out. So the deadline is the end of the virtual YOTA day today. So if you haven't signed up for the remote and you want to do that this weekend for field day and you have a U.S. license, make sure you sign up today. Also, we want to encourage everyone who is 25 and under, not just the people on Zoom, the campers, but everybody 25 and under. If you run field day, there's a club entry where your score not only will be your own score, but it also, you can contribute it to a club. And we'd like for you to put Youth on the Air as your club name, unless you've got a local club that you already have that you're contributing to. We'd like to get as many young people as we can to put Youth on the Air in there and compile the score and see what we can get from the youth side of things for field day. So we want to encourage everyone 25 and under to do that, whether you're a camper or not. So just some ground rules. Just be sure to respect each other. Disrespectful and abusive language is not a part of any YOTA program. Rudeness, lack of courtesy, or disrespect for authority will not be tolerated. Make sure you're decent. Don't take inappropriate pictures. Be safe. We shouldn't ever have anybody one-on-one with camp staff, including online. But learn, get to know one another, and have fun. One of the main things we wanted to do today is just for you all to get to know each other, because chances are you're going to be at the camp next summer. So we'd like for you to get to know each other, and that's part of why we put a break time in there too, is so that you all can just kind of get to know each other and have some fun today. So that is what we are doing. So I don't want to blabber on forever. So we are going to Audrey, and Audrey is going to kick things off with a bang with her topic, which is up, up, and away. So Audrey, it's all yours. And whenever you're ready for the video, just tell me.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Oh, you're ready for it now?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, let me
Yep.
do that. Oh, what happened to my optimize for video clip? It's not an option. Sterling, do you have that option?
Let's see here.
I had it this morning.
Well, it's probably because it's on mine.
Yeah.
Things change. I can play it though.
Yeah, why don't
Through
you play it? Just
OBS.
do those two things.
All right.
Go ahead and play it.
Let's see if this works.
Hi, my name is Audrey McElroy, KM4BUN, and today I'm going to be telling you what I'm going to be doing for you guys on this YOTA virtual day camp. So we all know, unfortunately, we were not able to go up to the Voice of America Museum and do the whole YOTA thing this summer, which I was super excited about. But this is the next best thing. So what was supposed to happen this summer was that I was supposed to launch an HAB, which is a big 6-foot balloon, and we have a payload box that has radios and cameras and all that fun and cool stuff. Kind of looks like this. This is the payload for it. It's pretty neat, and we actually launched one this summer, or last summer, I guess. And yeah, so because we can't really launch this summer, it doesn't mean we're not going to launch a balloon, because we are. So
can you see my
let's see
screen?
what that balloon looks like. It's
Boy,
super duper
that's
reflective.
always how the work meetings
It's a
start
big
these
Mylar
days. Oh, can
balloon.
you see my screen?
It's like 3 feet in
About
diameter.
a 50-50 chance.
Pretty
the answer is
cool.
yes.
Yeah.
So, you ask yourself, we have a cool balloon. What are we going to be putting on this cool balloon? Here's what it is. This is our little guy. He is not an HAB, he is an MAB. So, high altitude balloon, HAB. MAB is like medium altitude balloon. So instead of the HAB, which we got up to about 119,000 feet max, this guy is gonna be hovering around 30 to 40,000 feet. So he's still pretty high up there, but it's not as big of a deal because he'll just be hanging up there like this, going through the stratosphere, and hopefully going around the world. Fingers crossed. I'll get into more details about that. So we're gonna talk about how does this little guy tell you where he is at all times, how do you track him, how do you know where he is, and what cool things he does. So we like to use something called APRS, or Automatic Packet Reporting System. It sounds really complicated, but it's really not, and it utilizes something I'm sure you're all very familiar with, VHF, very high frequency. More specifically, it uses the 2-meter band, and to demonstrate what 2 meters looks like, we have a cool little meter stick here, which I'm sure everyone's pretty familiar with. So it's just 2 of these, right? So roughly 6 feet. So what APRS does is this little guy transmits on the 2-meter band, like I said earlier, on 144.390 megahertz in the US, and internationally it's 144.340 megahertz. So this transmits a packet. Now what's a packet? A packet is like a big collection of numbers that gets transmitted into audible tones, so like tones you can hear, and it kind of sounds like dial-up. if I'm sure we're all familiar kind of what that is, you know, if you've seen like old movies and stuff, you know, if you're around my age. But it sounds like that. It sounds kind of weird. And what does that data contain? It tells you where it is in the world, it tells you the temperature of where it is, it tells you with the speed it's traveling, and the solar voltage. As you can see, we have these cool solar panels here. And yeah, so it's going to tell us all that information. So it gets transmitted from here to an iGate, which is located in all over the world. There's iGates pretty much, except for some areas in the world. But it gets transmitted to an iGate, which is a 2-meter receiver, and it's going to take that data and say, oh, okay, you're over the Galapagos Islands, and you're traveling at this many miles per hour, and you're 35,000 feet up. It's going to get transmitted, and it's actually going to get put on the internet on a website called aprs.fi, where anybody at all can go on and see, oh my gosh, the name of this also, the call sign that gets transmitted as well, if I didn't mention that. The call sign for this little guy we're going to launch is K4PRM, my mom's call sign. So it'll say, oh, K4PRM. Okay, it's traveling at this speed, and it's here, and all that information. So literally anybody in the world can go online and see where K4PRM is at any time, any place in the world, pretty much, except when it gets dark, right? Because when it gets dark, you know, can't really, it's not going to transmit. But yeah.
So this.
We're going to try to change and shift things around. You want to go to 436. So it's on the stream right now, but if you're able to
Hi, my name is Audrey McElroy,
Yeah, I can hear
KM4BUN, and today I'm going to be telling you what I'm going to be doing for you guys on this YOTA Virtual Day camp.
You want to skip to
we all know,
436
unfortunately,
on the
we were not able to
that's how much
go
I played.
up to the Voice of America Museum and do the whole YOTA thing this summer, which I was super excited about.
I was just putting it out over the stream.
But this is the next best thing. So what was supposed to happen this summer was that I was supposed to launch an HAB, which is a big 6-foot balloon, and we have a payload box that has radios and cameras and all that fun and cool stuff. It kind of looks like this. This is the payload for it. It's pretty neat, and we actually launched one this summer, or last summer, I guess. And yeah, so because we can't really launch this summer, it doesn't mean we're not going to launch a balloon, because we are. So let's see what that balloon looks like. It's super duper reflective. It's a big Mylar balloon. It's like 3 feet in diameter. It's pretty cool. So, you ask yourself, we have a cool balloon. What are we going to be putting on this cool balloon? Here's what it is. This is our little guy. He is not an HAB, he is an MAB. So, high altitude balloon, HAB. MAB is like a medium altitude balloon. So instead of the HAB, which we got up to about 119,000 feet max, this guy is going to be hovering around 30 to 40,000 feet. So he's still pretty high up there, but it's not as big of a deal because he'll just be hanging up there like this, going through the stratosphere, and hopefully going around the world. Fingers crossed. I'll get into more details about that. So we're going to talk about how does this little guy tell you where he is at all times, how do you track him, how do you know where he is, and what cool things he does. So we like to use something called APRS, or Automatic Packet Reporting System. It sounds really complicated, but it's really not, and it utilizes something I'm sure you're all very familiar with, VHF, very high frequency. More specifically, it uses the 2-meter band, and to demonstrate what 2 meters looks like, we have a cool little meter stick here, which I'm sure everyone's pretty familiar with. So it's just 2 of these, right? So roughly 6 feet. So what APRS does is this little guy transmits on the 2-meter band, like I said earlier, on 144.390 megahertz in the US, and internationally it's 144.340 megahertz. So this transmits a packet. Now what's a packet? A packet is like a big collection of numbers that gets transmitted into audible tones, so like tones you can hear. And it kind of sounds like dial-up. If I'm sure we're all familiar kind of what that is, you know, if you've seen like old movies and stuff, you know, if you're around my age. But it sounds like that. It sounds kind of weird. And what does that data contain? It tells you where it is in the world, it tells you the temperature of where it is, it tells you with the speed it's traveling, and the solar voltage. As you can see, we have these cool solar panels here. And Yeah, so it's going to tell us all that information. So it gets transmitted from here to an iGate, which is located in all over the world. There's iGates pretty much, except for some areas in the world. But it gets transmitted to an iGate, which is a 2-meter receiver, and it's going to take that data and say, oh, okay, you're over the Galapagos Islands, and you're traveling at this many miles per hour, and you're 35,000 feet up. It's going to get transmitted, and it's actually going to get put on the internet on a website called aprs.fi, where anybody at all can go on and see, oh my gosh, the name of this also, the call sign that gets transmitted as well, but I didn't mention that. The call sign for this little guy we're going to launch is K4PRM, my mom's call sign. So it'll say, oh, K4PRM. Okay, it's traveling at this speed and it's here and all that information. So literally anybody in the world can go online and see where K4PRM is at any time, any place in the world, pretty much, except when it gets dark, right? Because when it gets dark, you know, can't really, it's not going to transmit. But yeah.
So this is APRS. All you do to get here is type in aprs.fi into your search bar, and you get a screen that looks like this. Now, for everybody, it's going to look different. It's going to see where you are in the world, and this is, for me, kind of a zoomed-in area of around where I live, here in Northeast Georgia. And you can see there's the lake and all that fun stuff. And you see all these little dots everywhere. These are all people using APRS and transmitting on APRS. So, for example, you can see this is the hospital here in my area. They're using APRS. And you have some people also that just like to transmit on APRS and just have it going all the time out of their house. So, yeah. So, this is what we use to track our balloons. So, for example, if you want to track a specific balloon, for me, it's a balloon, KM4BUN, my call sign, is a balloon we launched a long time ago. Or, I don't think we even got around to launching it. I think it was one of, we have this set up here at the house, but yeah, we turned it on, I think, back in November and let it transmit for a little bit. But it is a picosat meant for, you know, going up in the atmosphere. So to get there, I type in my call sign, KM4BUN, and it'll automatically come up with a balloon. It's old. It hasn't transmitted for a good bit, but we'll go ahead and click show selected, and you can see it shows around where my house is here, which is where we had transmitting from. And APRS is really cool. It'll tell you the name of the balloon, which is technically KM4BUN-11. And if you're wondering what that -11 means, it's just old nomenclature for showing that this call sign is attached to a balloon. So yeah, they don't really use it anymore, but you know, it's okay. So the other data it'll tell you here is the last time it transmitted, how fast it was traveling, what direction, and the altitude of it, and that's about right for me. That's my altitude above sea level. And if we go into information, it's really cool. We can see a bunch of information here. Now we can't see all the information because this is such an old, it hasn't transmitted such a long time that APRS doesn't store the data for, you know, an infinite amount of time. But we can see a good bit here. So we can see who was picking it up and everything. Go to show graphs. As you can see, they're empty right now. But what these represented was the packets that transmitted per hour, so the packets of data, the new positions it was in, and for our balloon, that K4PRM, it'll also show altitude and speed and that cool stuff. And also other information we see here is the solar voltage right down here. So we see it was at 3.8 volts, and the temperature around it was about 23 degrees C. And yeah, so APRS is pretty cool. You can see all the data. And another fun thing that they are, I think the more recently did here was Street View. So you click on, you search up your call sign, whatever's transmitting, go to track in Street View, and it'll get you pretty close, or as close as it can in Street View to where it's transmitting. Now for me, because I live in a subdivision, it doesn't have Street View into my subdivision, but it has Street View on the road that my neighborhood is on. So yeah, you can get really close to seeing where it is. So that's really cool. So yeah, APRS is pretty cool, and I strongly recommend, you know, Just if you ever hear that somebody launched a balloon, definitely go on there and track it and see what's going on. And another source for doing this is something called HabHub. So HabHub Tracker, you search HabHub, and it'll show you, let's see. Yeah, it'll come up here, and you can do the exact same thing. You can search a specific balloon, or you can see the balloons, right, that are transmitting right now, which is pretty neat. So there's one right there, VK2HAB. That's a cool call sign. You can see there's tons of other ones. W5KUB, that's somebody we know. He's a big guy in the HAB world. And all these balloons. So yeah, it's pretty cool. So you have tons of options of doing tracking balloons. But yeah.
Hi guys, welcome back to the next part of my presentation. So now that we talked about APRS and what that is, we're going to be talking about the balloon itself and how we get it to work with our sky tracker here. Now before I go on, I want to explain real quick that our sky tracker here was actually provided and built by a really cool guy, Bill Brown, WB8ELK. He's over in Huntsville, Alabama. And let me tell you, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be able to do all this stuff. He gives us so many hints and tips, and he is like our lifeline for this stuff. And you should definitely check him out. And he's a really fun guy. And he works at NASA. That's pretty cool. So yes. So moving on, we're talking about balloons, right? Everyone knows what a balloon is. Latex balloon. Now you think to yourself, well, Audrey, this is pretty simple, right? We just get a balloon, fill it up to whatever, and just up and away, right? Well, not exactly. We have to make sure that we fill our balloon to a specific amount to make sure that our balloon doesn't go too high or to make sure it doesn't stay too low. So we have our cool helium tank here, which is what we're going to be using, not hydrogen. Either one can be used, but we prefer helium. It's a little safer. So yeah, we know how helium and balloons kind of works. We'll turn that off. So we have our cool balloon with helium, and we know if I tied this, it would go up. It's less dense than air, but for now, we'll just let it go. So that's not the balloon we're going to be using. The balloon we'll be using, once again, looks like this. It's a big 3-foot Mylar balloon. So actually, we'll be using the same procedure like I did filling up the latex balloon, just to fill up the Mylar balloon. So yes, getting into how much we need to fill our balloon up. Our sky tracker weighs about 12.4 grams. Now we need to think about that when we're filling up our balloons. Let's say if we fill up our balloon too much, our balloon will go up and up and up. And if we think about the ideal gas law, PV equals nRT, what will happen when you go way up in the atmosphere, temperature drops, pressure drops, and when pressure drops outside the balloon, the pressure inside the balloon is going to go up, 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 and it's going to pop, and your sky tracker is going to fall, and you're going to think, how did it just disappear on APRS after 25 minutes? How did that happen? Well, you know. On the other hand, we don't want to fill it too little. If we fill it too little, what tends to happen is either the balloon goes up and hangs out in a very unsteady part of the atmosphere where there's a bunch of wind currents and it gets pushed here and there, or can unfortunately, which has happened before to us, get caught in a thunderstorm. And let me tell you, when a thunderstorm hits that little balloon and this little 12.4 gram sky tracker, it's not a battle. It's just immediate loss. And it's down in the middle of nowhere and you cannot find it. And it is sad. Ask me how I know. So yes, we have to make sure our balloon is filled up to a specific amount. So how do we do that? We like to do something where we have our little bag of weight here, which Bill Brown has generously provided for us. He gave us like a little system on how to do this. So this little baggie has, let's see, quarter, a penny, a couple of beads, little copper ball. It's a little bag and it has a little clippy on here. And we actually have a little weight chart. This is the weight of everything. So we can see here that the weight of this here, along with our little white tube we use for filling our Mylar balloons, right, weighs about 15.98 grams. So we know that when we attach this to our balloon, when we're filling it up, along with our white tube, that the balloon should be at neutral buoyancy. Now what neutral buoyancy means is that our balloon is going to be kind of sitting where it is, right? So it's not dropping to the ground because it doesn't have enough helium. And on the other hand, it's not shooting up into the sky, right? So it's kind of staying where it is when this weight is attached to it, this 15.98 gram weight. Now, we want to make sure that it's neutral buoyancy here so we can properly adjust for our sky tracker. So when we have about a 16 gram weight on the balloon, and then we take our sky tracker, which is 12.4 grams, and when you factor in this little, I know it seems very minute, even the tape matters. The weight of the tape matters. The string, everything counts. Every little bit of tape counts. And let me tell you, if you're off, and you'll know. So it ends up being that our total weight of this is about 13 grams. So if we do the math, if the balloon is going to be neutrally buoyant at 16 grams of weight, so it means it's going to be sitting still, then when we have only 13 grams of weight on it, it's going to be going up, right? Now this is what we call free lift. So we do some simple subtraction, 16 grams minus 13 grams, and we get 3 grams approximately. So that means we're going to have 3 grams of free lift. Free lift meaning positive lift. It's going to go up into the sky. So when we launch this, which you'll see coming up, you'll see that the balloon ascends very slowly. And you're going to think, why do you want to do that? Well, you'll find out. You don't want to go too high too fast, and it can be a problem if you do. So yes, we are going to be filling this up here in a second. So now we're going to be putting into practice what I just described to you with all the balloons and stuff. So for demonstration, I have a neutrally buoyant balloon. Mr. Helper.
Hi, I'm Jack, name 4ZFA, as you can see right here.
And he's been helping out a ton on this project behind the scenes and stuff, and he'll be at the launch coming up, I guess, in a few minutes for you guys, but in many hours for us. So we have a neutrally buoyant balloon, and if you can see, it kind of sits, we have air conditioning above us, right? So it's a little weird, but you can see how it's pretty stable, right? And that's because we have our weight, and we have a little extra weight representing, you know, the white tube we're supposed to have on there, but that's, yeah. So it's neutrally buoyant, which is great. So this is 16 grams approximately of weight. So like I said earlier, 13 grams of it, less weight, it'll go up, right? So this guy can just hang out over there for now, and we're gonna get into our Qualtex balloon. Now, as we saw earlier, that birthday balloon was great. It's great for a birthday party, right? If you took one of those and took it up to high altitude, it probably wouldn't do that great. So that's what's really special about the Qualtex balloon. Our Qualtex balloon, really big balloon, is environmentally stress tested at those low pressure, low temperature environments. So we know it'll do great, even though it's super cold up there. And there's all sorts of crazy things happen up there. It'll do good. So what I'm gonna go ahead and do is, we have our little adapter here. This is our white tube and our little adapter. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna start filling this up, and we're gonna try to get it to be neutrally buoyant. And this process really takes a little more time. So if you notice the clock up there and notice it's been a little more time than what you see, just know it takes time to get it right. So let's go ahead and do it. And put our little adapter on. Our helium tank. Then we're gonna slip this on. And it goes up and through the balloon. And we're gonna hold our adapter back on because it likes to move a lot. And our gas is on. By the way, a forewarning, balloons like to make funny noises when they're getting inflated. So, yeah. Okay, Now, another cool thing about this balloon, it is self-sealing, so when you take it off, it's not gonna go crazy. Now you're wondering that Audrey, you just told us you don't want to fill it up to a random amount, and that's true. I just filled it up to a ballpark amount about what I think it's gonna be, and from there we're gonna go ahead and make adjustments. So, if we go ahead and put our handy dandy little weight on here, and we have this, and little helper, can you grab me the nickel off the back of that happy birthday balloon behind you? Right there. That's going to serve as our replacement weight right now. It ends up being about the same weight as this plain white tube and this baggy weight, so 16 grams. So we have our nickel, we have our little baggy weight, and we attach them and we let it sit. And we say, oh, it's pretty close, right? It needs a little more helium, I think that was like the best guess I've had. Interesting. So we're gonna put a couple more squirts of helium in there. Doing our same process. This process is just gonna be my head hidden behind this massive balloon. Okay. So do that. We have our helium tank. And we'll put a little bit in, and we're just gonna see where that puts us with our weights. As you can see, a little too much helium. Hey guys, so we're back. We have our balloon, which is now neutrally buoyant, and after a little process, which is give and take, like I said earlier, you put some helium in, you realize it's too much, you take some out by lightly squeezing your balloon with your tube in there, and you realize, oh my gosh, I took too much out. So it's a process, you learn it, you never not do it. I think even the most experienced balloon launchers, the people I look up to in this whole thing, even have to do it sometimes. So that's great. Okay, so what we're gonna do is I'll show you this neutrally buoyant real quick. We have the weight of our tube and the weight of our little baggie. And we know the combined weight of these two is about 16 grams, and that should put our balloon about neutral buoyancy. So I would insert our tube here, but we can't. Our balloon's already sealed up. So we're just gonna attach it around the little neck of the balloon. And then we're just gonna clip our little baggie on. It looks like that. And you notice if we let it go, look at that. It's just kind of floating there, hanging in space, hanging out, just chilling. It's pretty cool. It's not going up. It's not hitting the ground. So it's good. And yeah, so we have our balloon all set already. And in the morning, well, the morning for us, next few minutes for you guys, we'll probably look at this again and just make sure it's good pre-launch. And yeah, so let's get into the Sky Tracker real quick and talk about how this is going to attach to the balloon and how this is going to work. So, Jack's going to hand me our handy dandy little Sky Tracker. And I just want to mention, we're super fragile with this thing, right? It is so light. It is insane how lightly Bill Brown designed this board. It's insane. And every little bit of weight is accounted for. So yes, as you can see, we have our antenna here, right? It looks like guitar strings, because it is. And this antenna spanning from that end to this end is half wavelength of 2 meters, which is 1 meter, so 3 feet about, right? So it'll actually hang like this. And if you notice, we have a little pink string that's kind of hanging out right there. He's attached to this antenna, and he's going to hang just like this. So it's pretty cool. He's going to be swiveling around up there. Yes, and we actually have a little piece of swivel string that'll go from this to the very top of the balloon, so that this guy can just swivel around as he likes with the wind, or as he's flying through the atmosphere. And yeah, so our swivel string will just wrap around the neck of the balloon, which we'll show you when we're getting ready to launch, which we're super duper excited for. So stay tuned for that, and that's coming up next.
Hey guys, so I thought we would take a brief little intermission between our pre-launch setup and the launch itself, just to go through some of the math and science that is behind the balloons and everything. You know, all the principles and equations that'll give you the answers to how much helium and why this balloon and all that fun stuff. So yeah, let's get into it here. First principle, which is pretty applicable to balloons, is buoyancy. So we want to find our buoyancy, right, because we want to know how much our balloon can lift, and if our payload is too much for our balloon, so yeah, we want to know that in case we need to adjust that. So to find that, we're going to use the equation F equals mg. F being the force of buoyancy in newtons equals the mass of the displaced air, so the air that is literally being pushed out of the way by the presence of the balloon, multiplied by g, our gravitational acceleration, which we know is 9.8 meters per second squared. And a little note I have there is that if you know the math, you can go far with balloons, ham radio, and also just any STEM pathway, you know, science, technology, engineering, mathematics, any one of those pathways, and yeah. And I'm still learning all this stuff myself with all the balloons as I go, but it's good to show that a little bit of pretty simple algebra can take you a long way. So to go through an actual application of this, we're going to use some of the numbers that are actually just the same as what, you know, our balloon weighs and stuff. So they're similar numbers. They are the numbers actually. So the first step is going to be to list out all of our variables. We know the mass of our balloon, which is the silver round balloon, that is 37 grams. The volume of the balloon, which is the max fill of the balloon. So when we fill it up all the way with helium, it's going to be 0.1 meters cubed. And then the density of helium we know is 0.18 kilograms per meters cubed, and the density of air is 1.3 kilograms per meters cubed. So we want to determine the total mass that can actually be lifted by the balloon. So what can be lifted by the balloon is going to be determined by multiplying the total volume of the balloon, which is 0.1 meters cubed, by the density of air, which is 1.3 kilograms per meters cubed, and that's going to give you a mass of 0.13 kilograms. So it tells you that the balloon can lift a total of 130 grams, including the helium, payload, string, tape, everything. Next step is going to be finding the mass that is displaced, because we know if we have a balloon full of helium, that specific volume of helium, or mass of helium, is going to be displacing the same amount of air. So to do that, we want to multiply our volume of our balloon, which is 0.1 meters cubed, by our density of helium, which is 0.18 kilograms per meters cubed. And that's going to give us 0.018 kilograms, or just 18 kilograms. Or 18 kilograms, excuse me. Next step is going to be subtracting everything. So we're going to take our first number we determined, which is 0.13 kilograms, subtract 0.037 kilograms. So that number actually came from the weight of our balloon, because we all know we have to factor that into, because we can't change the weight of our balloon, so might as well go ahead and subtract it now. So yes, subtract that, and then also subtract the second number we derived, which is the mass of helium. So once we subtract all those three numbers there, we get 0.075 kilograms. Now we take that number and we plug it into the equation I mentioned earlier, F equals mg. So we have F equals mg. We don't know what F is, so we want to solve for that. We know what m is, right, which is 0.075 kilograms. We multiply that by 9.8 meters per second squared, and we're left with 0.74 newtons, or 0.74 kilogram meters over second squared, which is the same thing as newtons. Another important concept to understand with balloons is that you have to understand that balloons really don't rise forever, right? They have to stop at a certain point, and there's really two limiting factors to that. We know as a balloon goes up in the atmosphere, it encounters an environment where the pressure gets lower and lower, the air gets thinner and thinner, and the temperature drops and drops and drops. And if we look at we follow all of our gas laws, we'll understand that as the pressure goes down, as you go up in elevation, the pressure inside the balloon will increase, and that'll result in an eventual explosion of the balloon. And the second limiting factor is that we know balloons rise to difference in density. Helium is a lot less dense than air, so it'll go up. But what happens is as you go up in the atmosphere, the air becomes thinner and thinner and less dense. So at a certain point, the density of the air at a certain elevation is equal to the density of the helium inside your balloon. So because we don't have a difference between the two densities, our balloon's just going to stay at that altitude. And that becomes what is known as the float altitude. So where the balloon is basically staying pretty equal at, it's just hanging out at that altitude. And this directly relates to Archimedes' principle, right? So we know that when the weight of the helium in the balloon is equal to the weight of the surrounding air, the balloon will not rise. And yeah, I think Archimedes' principle pretty much explains a lot about, you think it's not just, a lot of people think, when you're talking about buoyancy, you're thinking of a fluid, and it's good for me to mention real quick that a fluid is not just a liquid, air is considered a fluid too. So that's why Archimedes' principle, directly relates to this. Okay, and another topic I want to cover here is super pressure balloons. Now, the balloon that we launched, the silver balloon, the Qualitex balloon, is a super pressure balloon. Now you ask yourself, what's a super pressure balloon? It's a special type of balloon, I guess I could say. It's a lot different from a latex balloon, right? When you blow up a latex balloon, it gets bigger and bigger and it expands from the original volume, right? So the volume of when the balloon is uninflated is a lot less than when it's inflated, right? On the other hand, a Mylar balloon, like the one we used, the volume is pretty much the same. There is a little bit of stretching when it gets to very high pressure, but it's not really noticeable, if that makes sense. So yes, so a super pressure balloon is very special because instead of increasing in volume, which can which can lead to a change in altitude, it'll change in pressure inside of it. So it's not going to really get bigger. The pressure inside is just going to go up. And yeah, and like I said earlier, the other type of balloon are like latex balloons. You see birthday parties. Yeah. And they're known also, SPBs are known for being used on long distance, long journey flights, and they're great for keeping things at a stable altitude. And yes, so this is me and my brother blowing up a big latex balloon. Now, you notice this is not an SPB, right? It is made out of latex. So it blows up and the volume gets a lot bigger, not only when you're blowing it up, but as it goes up in the atmosphere, the volume will increase, the pressure difference and all that. So these are called variable pressure balloons. And yeah. So here's me and my brother. This is the same balloon that we launched the other day. But this is us back in last July, I think. And that was our SPB. And our peak was that we launched back then. And yeah, so this just explains here that if you'll notice here that the SPB, and like you saw in the video earlier, the balloon is not fully inflated, right? And you would think, well, why is it inflated? But like I said earlier, the gas laws will lead it to expand, and you want to leave it room to expand, a lot of room to expand. So a common question is, how do you limit the altitude of a balloon and make sure it'll stay up all day and all night at a fixed altitude? Because we all know temperature and pressure changes, and we want to make sure our balloon is not going up and down, up and down, up and down, because that can lead to stress on the balloon, and it can lead, to the balloon just exploding. So to keep up with all these temperature and pressure changes, the SPB balloon will be able to keep its volume, right? So remember our gas laws, it'll stay at the same volume, it'll stay at around the same altitude. There will be a little bit of variation. It's not going to stay dead center at, 30,000 feet for like days on end. But when you compare it to a latex balloon, which can stretch so big, and they can get really small and really big, when they're up in the atmosphere, it's a lot, using SPB is it's a better way to go. So, here's a picture of my brother with our properly inflated SPB, which was actually the launch for this video. That was a picture of us then. This was like a couple days earlier, I guess. So, like I said earlier, you notice that the balloon is not full up all the way. You just want to leave room for the balloon to go through all the changes of the low pressure and low temperature. And the key to this is achieving a float, or float altitude, where your balloon is at an altitude, or it gets an altitude, stays at an altitude, and you're not varying in altitude. Because when you start to vary in altitude, that's when things can get really, really rocky, and that's when, you have the risk of popping, just because, the temperature is changing, with the sun and all that. So yeah. And an important thing to note is limits of accuracy. When you're doing when you're solving these types of equations and you're looking at data from the atmosphere, you want to remember that your equations are a function of how accurate the data is, the published atmospheric data. So you have to remember to keep in mind that there's going to be a little bit of difference here and there. So it's always good, to, I guess, vary your sources and get, a good idea of what it's going to be. But you'll never really know, you can't be sure and say, oh, at 30,000 feet, the temperature will be exactly negative 30 degrees Celsius, and that's it. Or, or negative 30 degrees Fahrenheit, I think it would probably be Fahrenheit. Yeah, so it's just good to keep in mind that, your data is going to be coming from a ton of sources. So when you're doing these equations, it's just good to keep all that in mind. So yeah, we'll go ahead and, that's the end of my little presentation there, and we'll go ahead and get on to the launch.
Alrighty, so we have our picosat all set up. Everything's all tied together. And right now I have a clamp on it just to make sure it doesn't go anywhere, because we wouldn't want that happening. And if you look downrange, down the field, you can see we have a few balloons positioned. And those are positioned specifically so we can see where the wind is and know when is a good time to launch and when isn't a good time to launch. And Jack has another balloon.
Right.
He's going to let go.
And here we go.
Yep.
So as you can see, it's
There it goes. And if anybody's wondering, the audio was muted on the video side. It's not a problem. It's just the wind noise was, I guess, messing up the audio. So there's captions though. I hope it doesn't hit the trees. Beautiful. Right, that was awesome. Neil, it sounds like your audio is coming through a different source. When you do Zoom live, this sort of stuff happens. But I don't know. I can't read his lips, so I don't know what he wants to say next. There is a schedule, though, and if you're on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed that. I've got a lot more people here.
Oh,
there you are.
Here,
the switch on your mic.
Switch. Yeah, I used the mic switch. Sorry. Yeah. So Audrey, tell us how the launch went.
Right. So the launch actually went great. The balloon had a perfect amount of lift on it, and it got up to a great altitude. And here, if I can screen share real quick, I have some pictures here. Let's see here. Okay, so here's some images. So this is where our balloon started over here up in Northeast Georgia, where I live. And it was at a great altitude. It was hovering around 20, 30,000 feet. And it got about 400 miles away from us. And unfortunately, down near the Florida-Georgia line, the problem was around this time of the year, we have a lot of pop-up thunderstorms. And it was able to make its way through quite a lot of thunderstorms. But unfortunately, it got caught in one. And like I said in my video, when it encounters a thunderstorm like that, it tends to, go down. But I think it was a very successful launch, though, nevertheless, because all the calculations were right, and the balloon had a great altitude, and it had a great trajectory. So I think it was still a successful launch. And this is, so like 350 miles. And this is actually an image. It probably did go down in the ocean. So maybe somebody will find it. It'll wash up on the shore. And somebody will find it. And there's an email address on there, so maybe someone will actually email us. But, we'll see. So, yeah, I think it was a lot of fun doing.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun watching. I was watching from, I don't know, probably a half hour after the launch until it hit the ocean, and saw the altitude start plummeting when it hit that storm. And we were kind of emailing back and forth, and I'm like, turn left, because it was going by Youth, Georgia. It missed Youth, Georgia by 6 miles.
Mm-hmm. It did.
So it was like, turn east, turn east.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't, but
I was just watching it going through all the thunderstorms. It was like, oh my gosh, it almost went through that one, and then finally I looked at APRS and it was like altitude 19,000 feet. Altitude, it was like dropping. It was like 28,000, and then it went like 20,000, 19,000, and then it just stopped. And I was like, well,
darn.
Rest in peace.
Well, you did a great job with the video, and thanks for sharing that. And we look forward to doing the big one at camp next summer.
Yeah.
We'll get to do the big one. So
the big one. Mm-hmm.
Any questions for Audrey?
I think there was a raised hand by Eileen or Aylin.
Yeah. Well, first of all, it was a great presentation. Thank you so much, Audrey. I was on the edge of my seat the whole time, just like, and then for some reason I don't get the suspension of trying to avoid trees because there are no trees here. But I wanted to ask about, because when you're at that high altitude and, the US is the aviation in the US is probably one of the most busiest and, ever. So do you have to get any permits, or was it just, did you have anything to notify oncoming traffic or like any sort of that system on the board itself?
Yeah, that's a great question. And actually, because our payload, usually in the US here, when we were launching our big HAB balloon, which is a big latex balloon that's about 6 feet in diameter, and that carries a payload of multiple pounds, we have to go ahead and call the FAA, or the Federal Aviation Administration, and we have to file with them what's called a NOTAM, or a Notice to Airmen. So it tells everyone who's flying, oh, there's going to be a balloon in the sky, so don't freak out. But because this launch our payload was so light, and our balloon was only 3 feet in diameter, it's a party balloon, because of that, we didn't have to actually file a NOTAM with that. So it wasn't a big deal. But for the HAB, we do have to let the government know.
So when you have the payload go up, if the balloon does end up going down, are you able to reuse the electronics inside of it?
We probably, that's kind of an iffy question. So yeah, most of the time, no, because what happens is on APRS, we last saw it at 19,000 feet. We couldn't determine where it landed. From 19,000 feet, the wind can take it literally anywhere. It weighs only 13 grams. So it could literally just be out in the ocean,
So probably not. Yeah, we would not be able to recover the electronics and reuse them.
All right. Any other questions for Audrey? All right. Thank you, Audrey, so much. Did a great job.
Oh yeah, definitely.
You get binary high five.
Aha.
101. Binary high five.
Alrighty, thank you.
All right, thank you. Well, we got off to a good start there, and we've got another good one coming your way right now. So let me introduce to you Marty Soloway, NN1C, and Bryant Rascal, KG5HVO. Marty is just outside of Boston, and Bryant is near Montgomery, Alabama. And they are going to teach you some contesting. And after that, the next thing will be the competition, and Jocelyn's going to do that. So, Marty and Bryant, it's all yours.
Okay. Can you hear me all right?
Okay?
Yep. We can hear both of you.
All right,
That was a
Brian.
pileup.
5'9".
5908. I have the slides. I can share them. Give me 1 second here. Let's see. Can you see the slides?
Yep.
We have made the ether work. Look at that.
It's amazing.
All right.
Just hope my power doesn't go out like Neil's.
Bryant, you want to start? You want me to start?
Sure, I'll start. So yeah, hello everybody. It's great to be here with you. We're going to talk about some elementary contesting. Maybe at camp next year, we'll go over some more advanced skills and topics, but for now, we're just going to stick with just the basics. And so we'll go ahead and get this rolling.
So, what is a contest? That's a good question to ask at the beginning of a contesting presentation, right? You hear us talking about a contest event. Maybe you heard somebody call themselves a contester. But what a contest is a radio competition, a radio sporting event. So it's an event with a limited period of time. Some contests are an hour, some contests are 30 minutes, some contests are 48 hours. Some contests actually last for weeks with smaller events that scores that add together. But generally, it's an event with a set time where there are parameters set to how you should do your contest operating. What frequency bands you're allowed to use, what mode, be it CW, phone, digital, whatever that you're allowed to use. And the goal is to make the most points. And what are points? Well, points have two components in the majority of contests. QSOs, or contacts, and then multipliers, or some sort of valuation of different contest contacts. In some contests, you want to try and contact different countries, and each country is a multiplier. So say you made contacts with 40 countries, your score would be the number of contacts you made in the point values that those contacts had times the 40 countries. So the goal is always to make as many contacts as possible and log the information that the contest has. Normally, a contest, there's an exchange, a piece of information that you give in each contact, be it your name or your birthday or your favorite color or what country you're in or how much power you're running. It just depends. And then to copy that information accurately, so when you submit your log for the contest, if the contest sponsor, the people who organize the contest, check what you said your other contacts said their exchanges were, they were accurate. So accuracy is key.
So there are many different types of contests to operate. They differ in goals, target areas, activity, etc. A majority of the contests take place on the high frequency bands, so 160 to 10 meters. In HF contests, there's normally a target area. Like, for example, in a state QSO party, the goal is to talk to as many different counties and operators within a single state. And then in VHF contests, the focus is primarily grid squares. And in VHF and UHF contest, it's everything 6 meters and up. There's been a lot of focus recently on using FT8 for VHF contesting. And what's really unique about VHF contesting is this one aspect called rovers. And as you'll see on the top picture, is a photo of a rover where some operators, they like to throw as many radios and as many antennas into their vehicles and travel around to a whole bunch of grid squares to try and pass them out to the other operators who may be working on VUCC or an award like that. In DX contesting, primarily the focus is outside your home country. So for this audience, to be outside the US and Canada. DX contesting can be really fun when the propagation is good, but it can also provide a great opportunity to work new DXCC entities that wouldn't normally be on the radio during the week. In domestic contesting, for this audience, it would be within the US and Canada. So for example, the North American QSO party or sweepstakes in November, where you're trying to talk to as many different ARRL sections or states on the HF bands. And again, like I said, every contest is different. So there are different contests that are oriented towards specific bands and modes. Most contests are mono mode. So one weekend there'll be an SSB contest and the next weekend there'll be a CW contest. But there are also a lot of different contests like 160 meter contests that specialize in top band, as well as 10 meter contests that aren't so popular right now, but I'm sure they'll become more popular as the sunspots return. And one of my favorite types of contest is a sprint. And what makes a sprint so special is that there's a special QSY rule to where after every contact, you're required to move at least 1 kilohertz before you can make a contact. As we're going to talk about, there's one method of making QSOs called running, where you sit on one frequency and accept callers. But in a sprint, you're not allowed to run, so it gives everybody an opportunity to hold a frequency at one time. What's also unique, what I like about sprints is that they're short in time, generally about 4 hours, but they call it a sprint for a reason because during that 4 hours, you give it all you got.
One tidbit I'll throw in here is contesting has the ability to show you the world, and it's a really great way to see new places and meet people from all sorts of crazy places. The photo you see in the bottom right of the slide, I believe, is taken at D4C. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah.
Yes.
Which is in the Canary Islands. Cape Verde, and it's on the side of a mountain overlooking the water. And when if you think about magical places for radio, big cliffs overlooking shots of the U.S. and Europe. The station's owned by a group of Italians, and just an incredible place. So I just thought I'd throw that in there. Contesting has taken me to the Caribbean and to the Middle East, and it's taken Bryant to Germany. So it's a super cool niche. Anyways, moving on. So why do we contest, right? I mean, this is, I guess, kind of a subjective question, but there's some key elements that I think if you asked most people who engage in contesting, both for fun and at kind of a higher competitive level, they would kind of break it down, and we thought there was kind of 6 big categories. So the first is like the challenge, right? Every time you do a contest, there's an opportunity to learn more. Be it, how to do something better or how to improve. And it's not easy. We challenge ourselves to build up our Morse code proficiency. We challenge ourselves to push harder in the heat of the battle, in the middle of a contest. So, instead of making 20 QSOs an hour. I'm going to work harder and stay more focused, and I'll make 30, or which can be translated up into bigger numbers, as you progress. So there's always kind of this desire to do better, right? That I think this drives a lot of contesting. The second is competition. I think contesting is this weird athletic sport, right? Because if you look at the Olympics, you can win a sponsorship deal or lots of money or gold medals or all this sort of things. If you think about pro football, they sign these multi-million-dollar contracts every year. Same can be said for most other professional sports. I'm trying to see that plaque handy. I don't. If you win a radio sport contest, you get a nice piece of paper, which is sponsored. Normally, you don't have to pay for it. But radio contesting is one of those activities that you spend a lot of money on and don't get anything back. It's an investment, not it's an expense, not really a financial investment you're going to make all your money back on. But we do it because we like to compete, right? We want to challenge each other to win and be number one in whatever category you're in, if that's more contacts than you made last year, or if that's number one in the contest as a whole. There's always a drive to compete with friends and other people, and how can I do better next time? And speaking of how can I do better, learning is a big aspect of that. I try every contest I operate, I try and do something new. If it's run on a different band but I normally wouldn't, or try a new technique. We always in contesting, I think there's always more to learn, and there's always operating skill to improve. If it's copying CW faster, or running and talking in a different way, or doing more than one radio. There's so many different. There's nobody on Earth has become the perfect radio operator. There's always kind of more skills to master. So contesting is a great opportunity to improve your operating skills. One story I like to tell was when Hurricane Maria hit Puerto Rico. I guess it was 2 or 3 years ago now, and there was nets on HF where radio hams in Puerto Rico were sending out names and phone numbers of people who were safe, and then they were being copied down by operators from the U.S. who were making phone calls to people's families to let them know that their loved ones were safe. And who were those MCOM operators, who were getting the information the quickest and the most accurately? The contesters. So just because you're a contester doesn't mean you're not an MCOM person or a rag chewer or any of those things. It just gives you the ability to polish your skills. If you can talk efficiently and quickly and be accurate in what you're hearing over the airwaves, that's going to make you a great MCOM operator at public service events. So that's always one tidbit. And I like to, the thing I want to make sure I'm not remiss here, and we put it as the last bullet point for a reason, is this is fun. If it wasn't fun, we wouldn't do it. Contesting is an absolute blast, be it the active operating part of contesting, sitting in the chair during an event, or if it's working on your station, improving things, or practicing your CW, or designing a new antenna. A very small part of actually contesting is done in front of the radio. To be competitive and to constantly improve, it's the other work that goes into it that I think is important in trying to improve your game. You're muted.
Oh, gotcha. So as with like any competition, be it like a professional sport or just any organized sport, there are rules. And in contesting, every contest generally has the same type of rules, but they can differ throughout different events. Generally, all the rules for a contest can be found online. It just takes a little bit of Google research. Just type in the keywords for the contest you're looking for. All of the CQ Worldwide contests have rules on their websites, as well as the WPX and ARRL contest. The ARRL contest website has a really good section where they have all the rules for all their different contests laid out. It's important to read the rules carefully in advance to the competition, because I've heard a lot of stories about how people have not read the rules before operating, and they've ended up making mistakes in the middle of the battle, that have cost them a lot of operating points, and just they've lost contacts and ultimately that is not fun. And as Marty said in the last slide, the ultimate goal of contesting is we want to have fun. It's an enjoyable activity. So again, read the rules carefully so that way you're in the know on all the different aspects and guidelines set by the organizer. And the rules also determine the available categories. So in some contests, they do not allow multi-operator categories. They also state like target areas. In some contests, you're not allowed to work your own country, but you can work countries in Europe or in Asia, etc. They also determine the exchange, and the exchange is very important because that is the main piece of information that you're going to be trading with the people that you're working. And also has details on log submission, and that's also important because nobody will know if you participated if you don't submit a log or make a minimum of about 3 QSOs, and we'll get into that in a later slide. Next slide.
I'm getting a request from the technical department to increase my audio gain. Is that any better?
Yeah, that's quite a bit better. Maybe a little bit less. The difference in audio is high, so somebody out on YouTube was like, we're trying to level it out. So
how is that? 5908.
That's great.
That's great. Okay.
Thank you.
This is like before a contest when you're trying to get the mic level set and the voice key going and the logging software working. Something always sometimes doesn't always click, but we got it. So whoa, what a cool slide, and I look at two in the bottom picture on this slide is my friend Philip DK6SP in front of some sort of SO2R setup somewhere, I don't know where, and in the top that is the K3LR multi-station way back in, I think this photo is probably from the late 90s or the early 2000s, maybe even the early 90s. And that's a really awesome special place. So contesting, we have categories, right? You could be a single operator by yourself, sitting in your basement or sitting in a friend's house operating a contest. You could be engaging in a multi-operator entry where maybe you and your friend get together and share a radio, or maybe you and a friend are operating, say, multi-operators, 2 transmitters, and there are 2 operators using 2 radios, or 10 operators using 2 radios. So you can choose, is this something I want to do by myself, or can I make it a social activity with friends? And then we have high power, be that, running legal limit in the US above normally 100 or 150 watts, depending on the contest, or low power, that's, less than 100 or 150 watts. Or even QRP, if you want to really test your skills and do my antennas really work, running 5 watts of power can be a great way to do that. And the last thing we have is the use of the cluster, operating assisted or operating unassisted. So the cluster, the DX cluster, if you're not familiar with it, is a service or kind of a network of computer servers all over the world where people can what's called spot other operators, which and spotting is if I'm tuning around on the bands and I hear my friend Sterling CQing on 14227, I could put out a spot on the network that says Sterling N0SSC is operating on 14227, and it'll show up if the operator is assisted and connected to the worldwide DX cluster. Another operator on the other side of the world will see that Sterling is operating on 14227, and he could click on that spot, and his radio would end up there. And it's a mass communication tool, but it's a great advantage in a contest because if you don't have to tune the knob to find stations, but rather only click spots, it's much easier to find a lot of stations quickly. So in the majority of contests, the plurality of contests, there's categories for people who use the spotting network and categories of people who do not use the spotting network.
Looks like I forgot again. We're just going to go over some basic operating concepts. In this case, we're going to be going over SSB single sideband or phone contesting. Maybe we'll do some CW or digital tips next year. But in SSB contesting, it is so important to have phonetics memorized, forwards, backwards, left, and right, because eventually when you're doing a contest for an extreme amount of time and you're exhausted and sleep deprived, it can be really tough to keep those skills up and running. So that's why it's really important to have the phonetics, especially in SSB contesting, memorized and rehearsed. It's also good to know just some general HF propagation knowledge, so general band openings for your area. And one thing I really love about contesting is that it promotes activity in areas of the world and at times where nobody else would be on the radio. I can remember doing the All Asia DX contest last year, and until that contest, I had no idea that the best time to work Japan on 20 meters would be at 4 a.m. Never would have guessed that, but that's what contesting does. There's two main ways to make QSOs in a contest, and the first one is running, where you're receiving callers, and it's pretty much just calling CQ, and the second being search and pounce, where you are actively looking for other stations to call or other runners to call. And the general theme throughout the two operating techniques is to avoid unnecessary words because they ultimately take up time, and that's time that could be used to make more QSOs. So words like please copy or repeating the other station's exchange back to them after they've sent it to you, because they know what they've sent, so there's no reason to send the exchange back to them. And again, you just want to have clear and concise communications, and a way to do that is to just keep it really simple and only speak information that is necessary to completing the contact.
I am muted. I'm guilty. Okay, so running. Running is one of the two primary ways we solicit contact, or the way we. What are the two operating modes we do in contests? As Bryant hinted at the last slide, running is essentially when you're sitting on one frequency, soliciting contacts. Calling CQ or CQ contest or whatever phrasing you use. And the key to running is it's the most efficient way to make contacts when you're capable of doing it. Which means if you're home, you're weak, you're running 10 watts into a bed spring in your basement, and not a lot of other stations are going to hear you, you can call CQ all day, but nobody's going to come back to you, right? So then it's not really all that efficient. CQing or running is a really effective mode when you can do it. So just some thoughts on running. Find the frequency. Obviously, the clearer your frequency, the better. We could have a long discussion about frequency selection, but sometimes it's very tempting to tune into the very bottom of the band where you will hear all the big loud stations and squeeze yourself between two other loud stations. But I can tell you from operating on the other side of the world, if I'm tuning down the bottom of the band and I hear, CQ contest K3 Lima radio, and then I tune down another kilohertz, barely free, I hear, CQ contest Whiskey 3 Lima Papa Lima, I'm never going to hear that little guy squished in between. So it's often beneficial, if you're not all that loud or at home, to go way up in the band or somewhere where you can find a clear frequency. So just like Brian talked about with propagation, know when you can get away with running, when you're loud enough to be able to run. And then work and log everybody. This is really important, and this is something I hear on the air all the time. Sometimes somebody will call in twice or 3 times or 12 times or 50 times in a contest. And on the same band, when maybe I can only get points for working them once. But I always recommend never tell somebody they're a duplicate. Just log them again, right? What's the worst that can happen? The contest sponsor will handle it. For one, you may not really be a dupe. Maybe you busted their call sign. You incorrectly copied their call sign last time, and you weren't in their log. Maybe they didn't think they got the exchange right last time. They just want to work you again. There's no harm in having a duplicate or a repeat contact. during a contest. It's just easier and quicker to log them and move on with your life. If you want to spend 10 minutes discussing with them why you can't log them, or why they're a duplicate, or why you can't, I recommend you just move on. The quicker you log them, the quicker they get out of the way, the quicker you make another contact. And then request repeats only if needed. Bryant and I talked earlier about accuracy, and accuracy is key. You can go out and work 1,000 stations, but if you get half of their information wrong, you really only effectively worked 500 stations. So if you're unclear about some information, maybe you think somebody's serial number was it 344 or 444 or 234, sure, go ask for a repeat. Say, can I have my number again, or number did it on CW, NR. But if you got the information correct, just continue on, and you don't need to tell them their exchange. They know their exchange. So if I'm calling in a contest, say, CQ contest November 1 Charlie, and Bryant calls in, and I say, KG5HVO 59 Massachusetts, and Bryant calls back, okay, 59 Alabama. I don't need to say 59 Alabama. He knows what his exchange is, right? Because he's been saying it all day. So it's just easier to say thank you, November 1 Charlie, and get on with it. So efficiency is key.
So on the other side of the spectrum from running, there is search and pounce. And search and pounce can be really effective, especially when the band you're trying to work is populated with runners. The way I like to search and pounce is I like to spin the big knob on the radio. Personally, I am not a DX cluster user because I find it frustrating when I can't hear a lot of the stations that the spotters are hearing. So I find it much more efficient to just spin the big knob and work the people that you can hear, not waste your time trying to hear what others can. So when you're searching and pouncing, the one thing you want to do before you call a runner is listen for their call sign to confirm that they're not a duplicate contact, or that you may incorrectly copy their call sign and ultimately lead to an error and a lost contact. Call at the appropriate time, and what I mean by that is call when the other station says, QRZ, or ends the call sign with, thanks, Papa 33 Whiskey. Then that would, P33W being the call sign of that station, you would then make your call, and let's just say you get through. Okay, great. You copy their exchange, type it, log it, and send your exchange. But let's say you incorrectly, or maybe there was a big static crash over the other station's information and you need a fill, then just go ahead and ask him for a fill, and hopefully he should come back with the fill, and then repeat your information to the station, to the runner. And sometimes search and pounce can be really frustrating, especially when you're only running 100 watts and wire antennas and the band conditions are just super rough. And so it's important to know when to move on. Maybe there's a station that has a really big pileup, and after 5 calls you haven't gotten through, and that's time that could be used to make another contact. So if you find yourself frustrated with not being able to bust a pileup, just move on up the band or down the band to the next station, and come back to the runner that had the big pileup, because eventually his pileup will fade away, and that'll be your chance to work him.
So here's an example of a running station and a search and pouncing station. So in this contest, W1 Alpha Whiskey is running, and W8Y, which just so happens to be the YOTA special event station this week, what coincidence, is searching and pouncing. So W1AW says, CQ contest, Whiskey 1 Alpha Whiskey. And then the operator W8Y, who already verified that they're not a duplicate, says Whiskey 8 Yankee. And W1AW comes back to Whiskey 8 Yankee with W8Y 5923, which is probably in this context, the serial number in the contest, and their serial number in the contest. And W8Y says QSL 59001. It's W8Y's first contact in the contest. So exciting. And then W1AW says, thanks, W1AW. That's all there is to it, right? So short, sweet, no extra words. Very efficient. clear. Everybody knows what they're doing, and we get on with it. Contesting can be simple and quick, and in with loud signals and clear frequencies. This contact maybe lasted 7 seconds, and the running guy is happy. He can put another contact in his log. The search and pouncing guy is happy. He just worked a big loud running station, and there was no miscommunication. It was simple. They used common phonetics. Whiskey 8 Yankee instead of Wisconsin 8
Yokohama.
Yorkshire pudding. I used to tell the story of I'm part of a club that holds a call sign NN1ZZ, November 1 Zulu. And a phonetic for that could be 99100. But if I heard 99100 on the air, I'd say, what sort of call sign is that, right? So clear, simple phonetics makes the world go round.
It's kind of funny. You actually pulled 99100 on me one time. I thought that was pretty good. So once the contest is over, there are really two things that would be helpful. And that is to submit your log to the contest sponsor in Cabrillo format. Most logging softwares, which we'll talk about in a minute, have the option to export your log into Cabrillo format. And using the website for the contest sponsor, you can find a log submission email address or a log submission website. The ARRL has a really nice web app that makes it really easy, and so does the CQ Worldwide contest. However, you're not required to submit a log technically, although it's really helpful to the contest sponsors to know who worked who. But I get really disappointed when I hear people say, oh, well, I was going to participate in the contest, but I didn't want to submit a log. Well, that's okay. All you have to do is just turn on your radio, make a few contacts. So that way the contest sponsors can judge from all the logs from all the people that you worked, that you were not a busted call sign and that you were actually active during the contest. And one thing that Marty and I like to do is submit to 3830 Scores, which is a claim scores website. It just helps everybody kind of figure out preliminary contest standings before the actual contest is published in the magazine 7 months later. And it's a lot of fun to compare your score to your competitors. And they also have analysis tools that can help you learn from your scores and help you become a better operator.
I just add that if you don't post to 3830 for any other reason than keeping it's a way for you yourself to quickly look back at how you did in previous years. I think it's really worthwhile for that. I know there's a couple contests that I do seriously as a single operator every year. And being able to see how am I doing this year compared to last year, and how is my contact distribution, and what's my goal, and how did I do compared to everybody else last year. It's just a quick place to look with a lot of data that you can get at your fingertips. 3830 is great. So logging software, we could talk about logging software all day long, and still somebody would be dissatisfied. The logger is how you type in the information into your computer of an exchange, a contest exchange, a contest QSO, in a way that's organized, and so you can send your exported log to the contest sponsor. There's this nice standard called Cabrillo, which is a file standard for how contesters send in their logs to contest sponsors. And most contest sponsors, or actually every contest sponsor that does online logging, will only accepts the Cabrillo file. Some contests will still allow you to send in a paper log, but that's those days have long come and gone. The nice thing about using computer logging is you can get lots of cool analytics about your current rate, your current QSOs per hour, and your score in real time, and your frequencies, and kind of your points distribution. And there's tons of analytics that can help you do a better job. If you know what you're doing well and what you're not doing well, you can kind of tweak your strategy to improve. And the other thing is, I know Bryant and I talked about duplicates. Well, if you type in your call sign, type in a call sign that you've already worked before, in either of the software we have on the screen. In N1MM, it'll turn gray and say dupe, and something similar in N3FJB, I assume. There's many pieces of contest logging software out there. N1MM is free and popular here in the US. N3FJP is a really simple suite. There's a WID test at DXlog, which look a little bit older in their user interface, but are also super powerful. So there's tons of stuff out there. All of them are confusing and overwhelming at first, so expect that. The middle of the contest is not a time to learn a new piece of logging software, but once you do, you'll become proficient, and it'll make it so much less painful than scribbling by hand the whole time.
So when you have a logging software like N1MM or N3FJP, you can pair it with the contest online scoreboard, which makes contesting fun on a whole other level. Most contests, you find out your results, the final results at least 7, maybe longer than that, 7 months later. So the contest online scoreboard allows you to keep track of your opponent's score, and therefore, it motivates you to sit in a chair longer and make more QSOs. I really like it because it motivates me to work harder and to eventually just try and catch up with my opponent if I'm behind, or it motivates me to try and stay ahead of my opponent when I'm ahead. So again, Contest Online Scoreboard and CQContest.net are the two main online scoreboards that are both very popular and make contesting fun on a different level.
So ways to get involved in contesting, because you've been inspired by Brian's fantastic talk here, and you say, I want to get out and do some contesting because I haven't done it before. So let me just give away a secret to contesting. This is a top secret, highly classified piece of information that I'm sharing with you today. People ask, how do you improve in contesting? Is there some secret energy drink? Is there a book? Is there, a medical professional you see to get your contesting brain juiced up? The answer is the most proficient contesters are active contesters, people who do this a lot. The more you do it, the better you get. There's nothing you can trade for experience and practice. Doesn't mean you have to be old. It just means you have to do this a couple times. Don't expect to change the world your first time out. Set a reasonable goal with yourself. I want to make 100 QSOs. I want to make 50 QSOs. I want to make 10 QSOs. I want to make, whatever. But there's practice is key. So be active, right? Turn on the radio, tune around. On a contest weekend, listen to how other people are making contacts. Before I jump into a contest, say I'm just jumping in randomly, I like to listen to somebody running. Make sure I understand how to say the exchange or what order. In some contests, like say the North American QSO party, where the exchange is your name and your state, it's like, do I say my state first or my name first? You say your name first. So, instead of going around where the running station is expecting you to say Marty, Massachusetts, if you go around saying Massachusetts, Marty, you're going to confuse some people. So it's helpful to always listen. And then for good resources locally, I always say join a contest club. The U.S., across the U.S. and across the world, there are hundreds of contest clubs. I'm a member of the Yankee Clipper Contest Club, which covers all of New England. Bryant is a member of several, including the Deep Dixie Contest Club. There are contest clubs all over, and they're great resources of people who know a lot about contesting, who have resources to help you. And contesters really like seeing other people get into it. So another thing you can get out of a contest club is the ability to operate in multi-operator contests. Through your club or through friends, you can network and find out that, my friend Dave has a multi-operator station and could use some more operators to help me on the high bands. Maybe you can go over there and listen to more experienced operators operate and pick up a few tricks and have a lot of fun at a big, loud station at the same time. And then Bryant and I just threw in a couple cool things that people are doing with youth and amateur radio and contesting. The David Coulter Memorial Youth DX Adventure takes groups of kids to different places around the world, normally in the Caribbean each year, to do some DXing and running and pilot practice. There's the Remote Ham Radio Youth Program. You can check them out, remotehamradio.com. It's a for-profit service that very kindly donates a lot of their donates access to their stations to young people. There's the YARC Youth Contesting Program here in the U.S., which matches young people who want to do contesting with people who have more resources. And then there's a group I'm part of called Team Exuberance, which we do kind of high caliber, serious contest operating at some large stations in the U.S. and around the world, all by young people, managed by young people, led by young people. Next. You want me to take this, Brian? I'll take. Okay, cool. I'll take this one. So I just threw in here some upcoming contests and related events. If you were so jazzed today that you wanted to get on and do some contesting, this weekend coming up, just a couple days away, is Field Day. And this year, I think we're going to see more people active in Field Day than ever before. People are home in their houses. There's some special rules for this year, so read up if you want to play. But there's activity on SSB, CW, digital. Lots of slow CW you can find in Field Day, which is a nice way to buff up your CW chops. So that's this weekend. In August, there's the Summer North American QSO Party events, which are the NAQP, the North American QSO Party, is one of my favorite contests of the year. It's a 12-hour contest that lasts, depending on your time zone, like 2 or 3 p.m. to 2 or 3 a.m. And you can operate as a single operator 10 out of the 12 hours. And it's a North American targeted contest, and your exchange is just your name and your state. It's really laid back, it's really fun, and you get to work a bunch of other cool people from the States. So NAQP in August is something certainly to watch out for. And then there's a couple of contests that happen every week. There's the CW Ops CWT, which is an hour-long, 3-hour-long Morse code contest that happen each week at different times across Wednesday and then into Thursday UTC time. There's the Phone Fray, which is a 30 or 60-minute SSB contest on Tuesday nights. And the Worldwide Sideband Activity Contest is a new up-and-comer, another phone short contest. So there's lots of frequent events related to contesting for you to get on and play and practice. I like these weekly contests as a way to test my station before a big one. Maybe the week before a big CW contest, I'll get on for all 3 CWTs and make sure that everything's working and my Morse code key is working and my antennas are up and my radio isn't spewing junk. So it's always good practice.
So here are some things that you may want to practice ahead for the camp in 2021, which we're all really excited about. I think it's just really important for SSB operating to continue practicing, phonetics and running. And the best way to practice running is to get on the radio and call CQ and run people at a fast rate. Maybe, start at 2 per minute, or if you want to really increase it, start at 3 try and run, 3 people in 1 minute. But it can be a lot of fun just getting on the radio and make a pilot for yourself. And one helpful skill is DX call sign recognition. So knowing your DX prefixes, that's really helpful, especially if you're into DXing. It can be really it's really good to know the general prefixes. So that way, when you hear somebody call, you instantly know where to point your beam and where to potentially listen for the next caller. So I think that wraps it up. Are we QRT?
We have one more slide here. I just said if you have any questions for either of us, you can email both of us at our emails on the screen. The slides will be on my website, and I look forward to working you in the next contest. See you on the air. Bryant and I are on the air all the time. We are radioactive.
Stay radioactive.
All right, good job, guys. Good information, and hope everybody can put those tips to use, and maybe even this weekend on Field Day. Even though
can I throw one more thing in?
It's not a contest.
I never said it was. If you saw the slide, it said contest and related activities.
It's okay because I say it is. So. Yes, go ahead, Marty.
I was gonna say, if you are not signed up to operate if you're a YOTA camper and you're not signed up to operate the W8Y YOTA special event going along this week till Friday, and you want to operate, shoot me an email. Until then, it's a good opportunity to have some pileups and practice those contesting skills.
There you go. Special at youthontheair.org, or there's a form on the website, but shoot him an email. That'd be better. Sam, did you have something?
No, I was just stretching.
Oh, okay. That happens in class all the time.
Well, welcome to 2020. When you
yes. Do you have a question? No, I was just stretching.
Well, it's welcome to 2020 when you're pinned to your chair and all you've got is visual stuff and your back gets a little sore. It happens, just like in a contest, right, Marty?
It's all about that. We can have a whole presentation on ergonomics and contesting to keep your butt in the chair.
Yes, please.
Need one for this presentation too.
That's the next one. We'll remember that. That's the next one.
Okay.
All right. Any questions for Marty and Bryant?
We really must have put them to sleep then.
No, right?
Well, we're going to wake everybody up here in a minute. So,
looks like Philip was watching. He's Ham Yoda on the YouTube chat. So he says, thanks for the interesting presentation. NAQP is a great contest to start out. So, yeah, it's a good interaction. I have a few of my friends
even
from...
got some airtime.
Yeah, thanks for the cameo.
He's in one of the pictures.
Hey, Bryant, you say it as if it's funny, but actually, a couple years back, I think it was one of the European contests, this guy in Croatia fell asleep in front of his microphone with his Vox enabled, and he's snoring into the thing. And of course, I saw the thing on my pan adapter. And if you search out YouTube for 9 Alpha 1 Peter asleep at the mic, my video of it comes up. It's
I think I've actually seen that before. Yeah, it's pretty.
I've taken several naps with my finger firmly depressed on the F1 key. Does not build international goodwill.
Happens to all of us, right?
Yeah. And he says, 30 hours at the microphone. It sometimes happens. Thank you for the contact. QRZ.
Yeah, not to mention the cramp that you have from holding the
trigger.
No kidding.
Anything else for Bryant and Marty? All right, guys. Thanks so much. Great job. And we're going to give you a chance to practice a little bit.
Okay.
With contesting skills. So Jocelyn is going to do that. But a couple of things before we move on. One, if you are watching on YouTube, we are giving away a $100 gift certificate to DX Engineering at the end of YOTA Day, which will be around 7:45 Eastern Time. And you need to sign up to be in that drawing. So Sterling is sending out the link right now on YouTube. And so you just go in there and put your info in, and then we will draw from that for a $100 gift certificate to DX Engineering. You need to be present to win, and that's, again, we're going to try to start the closing ceremony around 7:45 and end by 8. So somewhere in that time frame is when you need to be here. So
Eastern time.
Yes, and that's Eastern time. That's right around 23:45 Zulu. So we'll keep it on UTC. Okay, so we have a chance for you to win some prizes. We're going to stop right now and kind of shift gears and do a little competition, friendly competition here on Zoom. If you're watching on YouTube, you can play along at home. You're just not eligible for the prize. But we're going to give away some prizes, and let me show you the prizes. One, we have the my virtual screen is messing it up. The R&L Electronics hat. So. Should I work? Yeah, there we go. Now it works. We also have, since Eileen said, the trigger, thing, it wears on you. So we have the foot switch. I need to turn this Here, let me turn this thing off so you can see this stuff. There we go. So we have the foot switch from Heil Sound, so that way you don't get the trigger thing. I like the trigger better, but real contesters use foot switches, I'm told. So there we go. So we're going to give away one of those. And we're also going to give away one of these. This is a headset, a one-ear headset for emergency communications. It's kind of for handhelds typically. But we're going to give one of those away, and those are donated from Heil Sound. So thank you, Heil Sound, for donating those. So that's what Jocelyn is going to give away, and Jocelyn has a competition. So Jocelyn, it's all yours.
Well, thank you, Neil. First thing I will mention is we just finished Brian's presentation and Marty's presentation, sorry. And the key word there was listening, right? Use of proper phonetics and being accurate. And that's a skill that, as they said, you just got to keep going and keep doing contesting, even just be active on the radio and get your ears tuned. That's one of the skills that you just have to, it doesn't cost you anything, it just costs time for you to get on the radio and practice. So what we're going to do is we've got a couple of pre-recorded pileups. Some are from the US, some are from Europe. So we're going to start here with we're going to do a US one, and we'll make this a practice round, just so everybody kind of knows. And this is a nice pileup. It's if you've ever taken part in a special event station and the guy said spread them, which usually means don't all call at once, take space yourself out from somebody else. So that is what this one sounds like. So we'll do this practice one here and see how everybody does. So you should be at your computer watching. You may be on a phone or some other tablet, but if you have pen and paper, just get ready. Each segment is about a minute long, so I'll give you that much heads up. Let's see, I'm going to share my screen so I can pipe the audio here, so please stand by. Show all windows. There it is. You'll see. All right. So now you should see, let's see, I am going to go with the first one here. All right, I'm going to pause it here and see, make sure everybody's ready, and we'll give it a count, and then we'll go from there. So we'll go 3, 2, 1, and be ready.
Kilo Charlie 0, Golf Lima. Victor Echo 3, X-ray November, Alpha Bravo 8, Papa Delta. W7 Juliet Alpha Mike, 59 Whiskey Alpha. Boy, you're loud over here in Seattle. Kilo 2, Fox United. Alpha Bravo 3, Alpha Hotel. Whiskey 1, Zulu Alpha. Thank you. November 0 Alpha Tango. November 0 Alpha Tango. Alpha Alpha 7, Mike Lima. Victor Alpha 7, Golf Sugar. Kilo 5, Mike Kilo Bravo. Norway Bravo 7 Victor. Whiskey 1 Denmark, America Radio. Radio Italy Mexico. Whiskey 0 Radio Kilo 1. Yankee 3 Charlie. Whiskey 0 Delta Mike. Kilo 5 Mike Ontario. Kilo 6 Whiskey Radio Fox 67 Yankee Tango Zulu. K1 Radio Victor. Whiskey Alpha 0 Echo Bravo Zulu. Whiskey 1 Italy Kilowatt Oscar. Kilo 0 Kilo Alpha 2 Delta. Whiskey Alpha 0 Delta Delta Charlie.
All right. So hopefully everybody was able to hear that properly. Let me unshare here for a split second. Stop sharing. There we go. All right. So that was a minute, and we're going to have a few of those. And like I said, it was nice, evenly spaced. There was not a lot of, and there was no busted call on that audio. As we progressed, you guys will experience something else. So what I'd like to know is who got the most. So I'll go with, there were 26 potential call signs. in the audio and asking me how I know. I've had to listen over and over and over, but there's 26 in there. So anybody got? Let's go with 20 or more.
Dang.
Of course, Marty, you're gonna get. You're used to this. Marty, how many did you get?
25.
25. Good.
I had a typo issue, which got me locked out for a minute there. So
Yeah. All right. Anybody else that was not a presenter, or is a good contester? Anybody else got anything higher? No. And you feel free, I've got the chat open, so feel free to also put in there if needed. I'm trying to see here who has the highest amongst the people that are not really presenting, that you're attending. So I've got a few people here that I've got listed. So I've got Cassandra, Emma, Patrick, Peter, Michael, Connor, Leah, Keys, Audrey, and Ellen. Or Eileen, sorry.
And it's Case, by the way. Not Keys.
Oh, I'm sorry, Case.
It's
Okay.
Case.
Yeah, leave it to the French guy to give the English names
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
All right. I'm not seeing anything. Come on. Somebody's got something.
I have 19. But I don't count.
At 8.
Emma said 8.
Somebody said 8. All right. Now I'm seeing. All right. So Case says he got 17. All right. And Patrick got 13. 17, but I only got 8. Yep, I know what you mean there. All right, so the highest so far seems to be Case with 17. All right, Case, can you unmute? I guess if you can unmute yourself and just confirm which ones you got.
Okay, got KC0GL, AB8PD, K2FU, AB3AH, N0 Alpha Tango. Oh my gosh, handwriting's kind of bad. AA something ML, BA7GS, KC1M, W0RK, NR3C, W0DM. K6WR, K1RU, WA0EBZ, KA2D, W0DCC. Those were kind of scribbly, so.
All right, you've got here, and I will share the screen here so you can see, and I should have done that, my apologies beforehand. I've got the Excel spreadsheet here. So you've busted a few of them. So you got 4 that were busted, but you got a lot of them. So with that, who was the second most? Let me see back here in the chat. Oh, this is the wrong chat.
Patrick with 13.
Okay. All right, and then I will ask Patrick to come forward and see if we can validate what he's got.
All right, I got actually I'm bad at counting. I actually got 12.
Okay.
Always bad at counting. All right, I got VK0GL, VK3X, WK2FU, AB3AF, W1ZA, AA4MS, WL0AR, W0RK, W0DMK. Wait, no, excuse me. W0DM. I write too close together.
Yeah.
K5MO, WA0EBZ, and WA0DDC.
Yep. So you also busted a couple of ones, and it's very easy to do. And that's why, as Brian and Marty were mentioning, contesting is a skill, and the first skill is to be able to pick out the calls and, what you hear and transfer it on paper properly is always a challenge. So with that, I think our Case is probably our winner here of our practice round. So good job, and you'll get the RNL hat. So Neil, put that on the books as what Case will be receiving. All right, so what we'll do is we'll go do a second one, and as we there's going to be 3 more of the U.S. And then after what I'd like to do is do a aggregate all 3. So we'll do another 1 minute, see who's got what score. Again, if you can just post them in the chat, we'll verify the 2 or top 3 that if they're close, the highest ones, just to make sure. And then go down the list, and after the US one, we'll have a prize, and then we'll add the European call signs, which adds a whole different flavor because you'll be dealing with accents and sometimes different phonetics. And then we'll do the total scores, and we'll give another prize for the total score. So that's how it's going to work if everybody's okay with that. So let me go back here, and I'm going to share my screen again, or my audio. Oh, oops, sorry. The chat window was right, or the participant window was right in front of my sharing screen. I could not find it. All right, so share. Okay, so here comes the second round. Whiskey Tango. Okay, hold on. Before I go too fast here, let's give everybody time to get reset. If you need to find a piece of paper or anything like that, hopefully you're ready. And we'll do it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Kilo Germany 7 Hotel. November Delta 0 Bravo. Vector Echo 3 Golf November. Kilo 2 Bravo Fox. W7WW. November Uniform 7 Japan. Kilo 1 4 Juliet Tango. Whiskey 1 Whiskey Kilo Oscar. Norway 3 Norway Radio. Whiskey 7 Mike. KI 7 Bravo Papa. Whiskey 3 Lima Lima. Whiskey 2 Yankee Mike. November 7 Italy Victor. Kilo 3 Alpha Tango Oscar. Kilo 1 Tango Hotel. Kilo 6 Delta Juliet. Whiskey Quebec number 5 Charlie. Whiskey 7 Tango Juliet. Whiskey 3 Papa. W9 Lima Alpha. Kilo 1 Radio X-ray. Kilo Alpha 1 Echo Kilo Romeo. Kilo 1 2 Quebec. Whiskey Bravo 2 Oscar Quebec. Victor Alpha 6 Romeo Charlie India. Whiskey Alpha 7 Radio Zulu Whiskey. November 0 London Radio America. Charlie 0 X-ray Alpha.
All right, so there was definitely a few more there in this segment. I think we've got a possibility of 32, so a little higher. So again, I'm going to ask if you let me unshare the screen here. Oh no, here's the chat. Perfect. Stand by here. Hold on. There we go. Okay. For some reason, when you see share the screen, I can't see the chat. So Marty is giving me a number here. 13, 14, what? I can't, oh, sorry.
13 or 31.
Oh, 31. It's pretty good. All right, Sterling said 29. Case said 24, very good. Cassandra, 4. Patrick, 17. Looks like we've got some high numbers. So Case, let's go with you. I'm not going to share the answers this time because it's not the practice round, but I would just want to show you have them in a spreadsheet. So I will just mark them off. If you can read them off to me, and then we'll see how accurate or how good your listening was on this audio segment. So Case, if you don't mind, just ramble them off and I'll mark them as we go down here.
Okay, Kilo Golf 7 Hotel, ND0B, BE3 Golf November, Kilo 2 Bravo Foxtrot, Kilo 4 Juliet Tango, Whiskey 1 Whiskey Kilo Oscar, number 3 November Radio, Whiskey 7 Mike, Kilo India 5 Bravo Papa, Whiskey 3 Lima Lima, November 7 India Italy Victor, Kilo 3 Alpha Tango Oscar, Kilo 1 Tango Hotel, Kilo 6 Delta Kilo, Whiskey Quebec 5 Charlie, Whiskey 7 Tango Juliet, Whiskey 9 Lima Alpha, K1RX, KA1EKR, K0QQ, WB20QQ, Victor Alpha 6 Radio Charlie India, and November 0 Oscar Radio Alpha, and N0XA.
All right. You had one that was wrong. And it was near the top. I think you said Foxtrot, and it was a Juliet. No, November Uniform 7 Juliet. Is that the one?
November Uniform 7 Juliet.
It's like the 8th or 9th, or your 5th one or so.
1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, yep. Okay.
Yeah, so it was Juliet instead of Foxtrot, but
Oh,
still,
okay.
that's very impressive. 23 correct. So I will tally that up for Case in my score here. Anybody else got any score they want to share? I guess Patrick at 17, you're as close as second as it's going to be. Patrick, if you don't mind sharing your scores, or your.
Okay.
Give me a second here. I got to reset my form. I should have made a duplicate. Actually, hold on. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a duplicate. Stand by here. Nice thing about Excel. It's very easy to do. Hold on. Okay, go for it.
All right, I got KG7H, ND0B, NU7J, K4JT, W7MM, KI7B, excuse me.
Yep.
W3LL, W2 Mike, K1 Tango Hotel, WQ5C, W7 Tango Juliet, W9 Lima Alpha, K1RX, K0QQ, WB20QQ, WA7RW, and W0 X-Ray Alpha.
All right, so you've got 3. The last call is November 0 X-Ray Alpha, not the whiskey. Like I said, I know this is hard. You get one try. You were close on the other one, which was the Whiskey Alpha 2 Yankee. I think you said Mike Foxtrot, or you were missing one of the letters. But still, I count you as 14. So that's still pretty good.
All right, thank you.
So I'm going to put this, Patrick, 14. All right, anybody else want, Aline said 15. Aline, you want to go ahead?
But after listening, I'm like, there's no way I got 15.
The nice
okay.
thing is you never know, right? I mean, it doesn't.
No,
Everybody else can have them wrong.
Exactly.
I definitely didn't. I got ND0B, WE3GN, K2BF, NU7J, W1WK, W7MM, W3LL, 2YMM, K3AT, WG5C, and then something WTPP, and then something DLA, K0QQ, WB2, AA, WA7, R7W, and N0RA.
All right, so you got 7, which
Yeah.
is not bad. But I will say that, it's funny, right? Because obviously you're from the region 1. You're part of Finland, and it's interesting because you are used to having double numbers in your calls where we typically don't. So on some you gave me 2 numbers, and I picked that up immediately because that's something that's foreign to us, right? We only have 1 number, but that's your area, right? So I could see sometimes how it would be tricky. So I'll put you down as 7. Anybody else wants to share their scores? All right. Well, we've got 2 more rounds, and as I said, they keep getting a little harder. Anyways, for me, they got a little harder. I had the advantage of doing the playback and trying again and again and again to decipher on some of them. All right, so let's go back here and we'll go to our second round here. Give me a second here. Share screen. I'm getting good at this. All right, and I'll do a countdown just like last time for round 2. So this will be. All right, I'm going to pause it right here. All right, and I'll give everybody time to reset. And we'll start in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Whiskey 1, Oscar, on the river, Delta Alpha, Alpha 4 Victor. Whiskey Victor 9 Kilo. Norway Kilo 6 Alpha 9. With the warning, Sierra November 9. Okay, 3 radio, November 3 radio, 1 Kilo. Whiskey 3 Bravo, November 4 radio, 4 Alpha, Kilowatt Germany, 1 Echo. Kilowatt 5 Kilo, Delta, 59, Whiskey 1, Uniform Tango, Whiskey 0, Alpha, Oscar Kilo. Whiskey Alpha 1,
All right, yes, that was a pilot.
That was hard.
There was some, this was a little harder. There was definitely some partial calls in there, which I'm not going to count those because it's not a full call. It wouldn't count as a contact, so we're not going to count it as a result in our contest. And people are on top of each other. There's a little bit of QRM going on, so it's a little tougher, but that's why we're doing it this way as we progress. So again, I'll ask anybody want to share their score here. Sorry, I see Case says 9. Patrick said he pulled 9. He also says that's a bad pilot. Emma, I think she got 5. All right. Marty 21, and actually Marty, there was you probably got a lot of partials because there was only 16 call signs that were completed in that segment. But like I said, there's definitely some partials in there. So, all right, let's go with we'll go with Case, and then we'll go to Patrick. So, Case, if you want to share our what you were able to decipher.
Okay. Whiskey 1 Oscar November, Whiskey Victor 9 Kilo, November Kilo 6 something, Whiskey 9 Bravo, Kilo Golf 1 Echo, K5 ZD, Whiskey 0 Oscar, Whiskey 0 Alpha Oscar Kilo, Whiskey Alpha 1 Kilo Oscar, November 4 Radio Sugar. That's all I got. A lot of QRM.
And exactly right. So give it to me one more time because the only one I see here is Kilo Golf 1 Echo.
Okay.
So
Whiskey 1 Oscar November, Whiskey Victor 9 Kilo, November Kilo 6 Station, Whiskey 9 Bravo, Kilo Golf 1 Echo, K5 ZD, Whiskey 0 Alpha Oscar Kilo, Whiskey Alpha 1 Kilo Oscar, and number 4 Radio Sugar.
Okay, so I still count 1.
Okay.
It's November 4 Radio Victor at the end.
Okay.
There were some that you had partials.
Okay.
The Whiskey one is actually Oscar. But yeah, like I said, this one was, if you've ever been on the side of a pileup, that was the big one. That was a big one. So I unfortunately only count 1 here. But that gives everybody else a chance to catch up. So Patrick.
Okay, actually I got 7 because first one I wrote a November call sign, and I'm like, oh wait a minute, November call sign can't just be can't start with 2. So
yep.
So all right, so I got Whiskey 1 Oscar, Whiskey 3 Radio Echo. Oh, are you not ready?
Give me a second, I gotta find
them. Sorry.
All right, Whiskey 1 Oscar. Yep.
Whiskey 3 Radio Echo, Whiskey 2 Radio Victor, K5 Germany Echo, Whiskey 1 Radio Foxtrot, Kilo 2 Oscar Kilo, and W4 Tango Uniform.
Okay, so I count 3 for you. You got the Whiskey 1 Oscar Oscar, N3RO you got as well, and Kilo 2 Station was I'm trying to think of phonetics. Oscar Kilo. Those are the 3. Give it to me one more time, so I can just check. I know there's not a lot of call signs, but I'm not quite sure where you guys start, so I just want to make sure we're in sync. So give it to me one more time, please.
All right, W1 Oscar Oscar.
Yep.
W3 Radio Echo. W2 Radio Victor. Kilo 5 Golf Echo. W1 Radio Foxtrot. Kilo 2 Oscar Kilo. And W4 Tango Uniform.
Okay, so yeah, I still count 3. Like the Kilo Golf, you said Kilo Golf 5 Echo, it's Kilo Golf 1 Echo. But again, as all the noise and things are going on, I know they're hard to get. Let's see. We've got Brian. Leah says she's got 4, and then I'll go to the experts at the end. Leah, if you want to share your score, please, or your call signs that you picked out.
Okay, I have no idea if any of these are correct, but I got NX9T.
That's 1.
W100. Oh, not 00.
Yeah, Oscar, that's 2.
WZAQT, which does not have a number in it, so.
That is a partial, yep.
K5ZD.
Okay, I don't have the K5 listed here, but you got 2.
A for effort.
A for effort. I appreciate that. So I will take those scores. Anybody else wants to share before we go to our big guns?
Hey, Joycelyn. K5TR in the YouTube chat says he's copied K5ZD in the pileup.
Okay. I did not copy it, but and this was okay. Part of the list was handed to us with calls in it, and some of them I had to research on my own. So I'm not quite sure if this file is one. I try to double check them, but I'm definitely on the upper side of ham rate. Well, I'm on the upper side of most people. I'm past the youth part, but I'm still young compared to most amateur operators. So
yeah, says he's recognized his voice, and yeah, I didn't hear because I wasn't playing along, but it's kind of testament to even what you're telling everyone here. Like sometimes even the good operators or somebody who's listened to it like 100 times over will miss them too.
Yeah,
because it's a big pileup. So
can I check mine? I'm a little curious.
Yeah,
me too.
Do it.
Sure.
Yeah, absolutely. So,
okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, sorry. Go ahead. Yeah? Can I go?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So I got NX9T,
Yep.
W100,
Yep.
WVMK, which doesn't have a number, N3RO, and KGIE.
Okay, KG1E is probably what you wrote
1E,
down.
sorry. Yeah, writing. Handwriting.
Exactly. All right, so you got 4.
Woo-hoo.
So very well done. And who was speaking?
Sorry, that was Emma.
Okay, Emma. Well, good job, Emma. All right. Anybody else wants to share their score?
I don't know what my score is, but I'd like to test
Yes.
it if it's okay.
Yeah, absolutely, Emma.
I got N390, W100, N3R, W3B, KG1E, W1, K2EK, EKWA1K. So I think I got 2. I think I got 1.
You've got 3.
Okay.
So you did a little bit better than you thought you would be doing. So perfect. All right. Anybody else? All right. Well, let's go to. Let me transpose these scores here. Actually, I can do that while the other audio is playing. Who wants to go, Marty or Brian?
Yeah, I'll go. Okay.
All right.
All right. So N4RV is working from the bottom up. N4RV.
Okay. Let me adjust here. Okay. Good. All right.
WA1S, K5ZD, K0KE, K9BN, N3RO, NK6A, K3WN, WE9S, W100, K4JM.
Okay, I count you as 6.
Okay.
So, but again, like the J, yeah, you got the JM. There were 2 calls in the beginning, and some of them are really loud. Some of them are in the mud. And you're right, everybody's saying KZ5D was in there, and I don't know how I missed it, but I did. Let's see, is Marty still on?
Doesn't look like it. Doesn't look like it.
I am going to take that as a no. So, all right, I will start the last part of the U.S. and then we'll do a prize for who's got the highest total. Okay, so stand by here. I am going to make sure I've got this. Share the screen one more time. Here's the player. Yep. Okay, and now we'll do as I've been doing, which is basically give you a quick countdown here. Make sure you're ready, and we'll go from there. So, all right. So, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
November radio 3 X-ray, Kilo Alpha 1, Charlie Romeo 35, November Zulu 5 Mike. Charlie 9, uniform Mike. Norway 7, Yankee X-ray, November 1 Delta Golf. Whiskey 6, Kilo Charlie. Norway Zulu. Whiskey Mike, Kilo Romeo. Whiskey Kilo 2, Victor. Norway 2, Charlie Kilo. Kiitos, on 4XX. 3
All right. That was a little bit more interesting. As I said, as they will keep progressing, they'll get more interesting. This is the. Oh, hold on a second. Yeah. So that was the last one here for the U.S. So give me a second here. I'm going to set my spreadsheet. Sorry, I should have done this ahead of time. All right. Again, who wants to? Yeah, I know there's a couple of partials. It took me listening over this one. I know I listened to pull out the call signs, and I had to listen a bunch of times to try to see if it was a partial or if I could get the complete call sign. I was able to decipher 22 on my first go, or when I did the file. So if anybody wants to go, Patrick says. Patrick says he's got 10, and he thinks he said there's a special event station in there. So yes, there is. Very good. So Cassandra says 1, and then Case says 19. Ellen's 5, 8 partial. That's pretty good. So let's go to Patrick, and I'll go in the chat order. So Patrick, if you want to give me your score, or sorry, read off your call signs, please.
Okay. Are you ready?
No, actually, there we go. Now I'm ready. I was trying to make my spreadsheet a little easier to read. Go for it.
All right. Kilo Bravo 9, Quebec Echo Golf.
Yep.
W8 VS.
Mm-hmm.
And 9 Lima Lima. November Radio 3 X-ray. November 2 Sierra Mike. Oops, that's a partial.
Yeah.
November 1 Papa Golf. November 1 Delta Golf. W6 India Charlie, and W4 Radio.
All right, you have 5. one of them, where is it? The Delta Golf, and you had a second, like another 9 Delta Golf. That was that was a perfect dupe. It took me a while to rerun the audio to make sure that I was picking up, but yeah, that's somebody else's beginning. They all had the same, and they had the similar voices, but they're right perfect on top of each other. So, yeah. So Patrick, I'll put you as getting 5. So good job there. All right. Next on the list here, let's see. I got Patrick. Oh, sorry, I forgot. I got Leah. I should have gone with Leah first. Leah, do you want to share?
Okay, I got NR3X, C9UM, N1DG, and WK2V.
Okay, WK2V, N1DG, and then give it to me one more time just to confirm.
C9 Uniform Mike, and NR3 X-Ray.
Okay, NR3 X-Ray, got it. Okay, yep, you got 3. So,
nice.
Very nice, good, nicely done. Let's see, got Patrick. Emma, do you want to share your score or your call signs?
Nah, I'm okay. Thank you.
That's okay. That's okay. Let's go with Case.
Okay. November Juliet Station, KD1CTY, Kilo Echo Golf, Station Victor Echo 6 Tango November, and November 9 Kilo Uniform, Kilo 3 November Radio 3 X-Ray, know that call sign, KA1 CRP, and November 5 Papa Alpha, KZ5M, KC9 UM, number 7 Yankee X-Ray, Kilo 1 Delta X-Ray, number 1 Delta Golf, Whiskey 6 Kilo Charlie, K3NZ, WM4R, Whiskey Kilo 2 Victoria, and number 1 Charlie Kilo.
Okay. I've counted 9, but I started catching up to your list about halfway through. So if you don't mind, read them to me one more time, please.
Yeah, no problem. I'll go slower.
Yeah, and I was going to say, when you get to N3RX is when I started like catching up to you.
Okay, so NR3X, KA1CRP.
Yeah, I got those. I'm talking about like that's when I start catching up. So anything before is what
anything before. Okay.
Yeah, please. Thank
you.
Okay.
Number Juliet Station, KD1CTY, Kilo Echo Golf, and Victor Echo 6 Tango November, and number 9 Kilo Uniform, and then Kilo 3 Station. And then that should lead up to NR3X.
Yep. Okay, so the V6T Tango Victor is the only one I got. Everything else was, if you had a partial, I did not put the partials in. I didn't know if we should count them or not because, as I said in the beginning, if you were, you can't log it in a contest, but maybe we should have put them in as part of the exercise, and that's something to consider for the future. And maybe do like half points or bonus points or something for picking up the partials. So, but I count 10. So that's pretty good.
10 in total? Okay.
Yeah, 10 total. And like I said, there was 22, and I know some of them were in the muck. Like the November, the last station is actually November 2, Charlie Kilo. But again, I know because I was lucky enough to be able to hit the replay button a bunch of times, but that's not everybody. So, all right, I will tally these up here. So Patrick, we got you as an extra 5. And then, sorry, I'm moving spreadsheet. Case got 10 and Leah got 3. All right, so looks like our winner for the U.S. is Case. He's picked up 34 total, but Patrick was second with 22. Aileen, you had 10 total. not counting your last round. If you want to share. Yeah, absolutely, Aileen. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I got Kilo Echo Bravo, and then I got Victor Echo 6T, NR3X,
Yep.
G4A1, and then I got something Papa Alpha, NQ0K, then something Yankee X-ray, N1DJG, W6KC, and then something Zulu, then something Whiskey Kilo, and then something again Whiskey Kilo 2 Victor, and then Charlie Kilo.
Yep. You were very close. The Whiskey Kilo was Kilo 2 Victor, and it was in November 2 Charlie Kilo. I count you as 4. So very good. And some of them that you busted, so to speak, are the ones that there was a letter you were missing one letter of the call sign. But again, I think the fact that you're from Region 1 or used to the European side versus us being used to our standard in terms of call sign makes it a little bit different. But now we get to switch the roles. So we'll do the European call signs coming up. But still, our score. So Eileen, you had 14. So very good. But the winner is going to be Case with 34. So Neil, what does Case get? What does Case win?
Case wins the BM17 headset from Heil Sound.
Very nice. Very nice. Perfect. I know I'm waiting for the audio claps.
I'm sorry we don't have like. It's a shame we don't have like, da 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 like the Price is Right music in the background.
Yeah.
It's my bad. Sorry.
Yeah.
But yes.
You know,
congratulations.
And we can stick with the Price is Right. If somebody else wins the other one, maybe they can trade their showcase at the end.
And a sticker.
And a sticker. All right. So the European sample, there's 3 of them.
Okay.
But really
we are running long, so
do you want to do one?
You might want to do one round, maybe.
Okay.
Or something. Yeah.
So we'll do the second round. I'll go with round 2. The first one was a practice round, more spaced out. I'll go with something in the middle. So we'll do one more, and thank you, Neil, for keeping tabs on the time. All right, so we'll do the European one here. Okay, and I want 2. Okay, and then hold on here. I gotta make sure that I'm following along here as on my cheat sheet just to make sure everything's in there after the K5 the fiasco. All right, let's go. And in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Romeo 3, Alpha Romeo Hotel 8 Sugar Radio. Lima 1, Bravo Quebec Romeo. Echo 0, Papa Lima America. November Tolo Alpha. November Tolo Alpha. Papa Alpha 0, Charlie Yankee Whiskey. Kilo 5 Lima Juliet. Kelly 1, Papa Oscar Radio 3. Japan Yankee Papa. Star 6, Alpha Uniform Confirm Italy. Papa Alpha 3 Tango. Kilo 2, Mike Fox Sierra 53 Echo Alpha. Papa Delta 3, Mike Delta Mike. Julia Total 6, Quebec Foxtrot Yankee. Delta Kilo 0 Uniform Mike 8 Foxtrot Hotel. Foxtrot 6 Alpha X-Ray Papa. Oscar Kilo 2 Bravo Bravo Quebec. Papa Delta 3, Mike Delta Mike. Delta Lima 2 Oscar Echo. Romeo Golf Yankee United 8 Kilo November. Radio Lima for radio. Delta Lima 2 Mike Delta Lima. November 5-8 Mike Uniform. Sierra Kilo 2 Alpha India 5 November Papa Hotel.
All right, so we'll go with that. It didn't seem too bad, but there was a lot of in the noise, and there was one in there I will give you right now. There was a stroke station, meaning he's in a different zone, which was made things interesting. All right, so again, I will ask who's got. Lots of partials, Patrick, and I do have some of the partials listed on here. So if you give me a partial, because I have it on here, I'm going to count it. So Eileen says 21. So Eileen, if you don't mind, I'm going to make you go first.
Yeah, so the thing is that I stopped listening to this all the time because I heard another familiar one. So it's because I live in the Netherlands, so I'm always like, yeah, Papa's station. I will join and see.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Okay, I got R3AR, and then I got Hotel 8, and then I got BQR, and then I got PLA, and then I got November Zulu Alpha. It was an Italian station, but I don't know which one. Papa Alpha 0, Charlie Yankee Whiskey, Kilo 5, Lima Japan, Japan Papa, Papa Alpha 3 Tango, Kilo 2 Mike, 5 Echo Mike Alpha, Papa Delta 3 Alpha Mike, and then I got Foxtrot Yankee, and then I got Delta Kilo 0 Uniform, F6 AXP, then I got Oscar Kilo, and then I got Papa Delta 3 Delta Kilo Mike, Radio Lima 4, Radio Delta Lima 5, I think it was Delta Lima, then I got Sierra Kilo 2, and then I got November Papa Hotel.
All right, including partials, you got 13, and the possibility was 24. So pretty good. But I expect, and like you said, you stop paying attention. I'm guessing at the Papa the Delta 3 station, and then you really focused on that one. And it's funny how your brain takes a little pause, and then it's hard to catch up. So thank you, Aileen. Who else? Looks like Case. You want to share your scores or your call sign? I'm sorry, I keep saying scores, but
sure. I got Radio 3 Alpha, Delta Lima 1 Bravo, Quebec Radio, 2 Echo 0 Papa Lima Alpha, number Zulu Alpha Station, Papa Alpha 0 Charlie Yankee Whiskey, K5 LJ, K1 POR, Papa Alpha 3 Tango, Sierra 5-3 Echo Alpha, Papa Delta 3 Mike Delta Mike, Juliet Hotel 6 Quebec Foxtrot Yankee, Foxtrot 6 Alpha X-Ray Papa, OK2 BBQ, Papa Delta 3 Mike Delta Mike, Delta Lima 2 Oscar Echo, Delta Lima 2 Mike Delta Lima, Sierra 5-8 Mike Uniform, Sugar Kilo 2 Alpha Sierra. That's what I got.
all right. So you have 16.
16, okay.
16, that way including the partials. And so far, nobody's got the stroke station, so I'll mention it a little bit later on. But yes, 16 is what I see for you, so really well done again. Anybody else? Leah, thanks. Or sorry, let me go back up here. Emma, did you want to share your score, Emma? Or you want to see how well you did?
Sure. Sure, yeah. I got R3A, NTA, K5LJ, PA3T, 53EA, F6XA, DL4OE, or 0E.
I count 6 for you.
Sweet,
So,
thanks.
Very well done. Very well done. All right, next on the list is Leah.
Okay, I got R3AR, 2E0PLA, NZA station, POR station, PA3T, J2M station, PD3 Mike 0 Mike, Delta Kilo 0 Uniform, Papa 6 Alpha Papa, Kilo 2 Bravo Q, Delta Lima 2 Mike Delta Lima, and SK2 Alpha Lima.
All right, I count 8 for you.
Nice.
Very nice. All right, I don't know if we had anybody else that wants to share. I don't see anything else in the chat room. So again, looks like Case just beat out Eileen by 3. So Neil, I don't know. Do you because it was European? Do you want to send something to Europe? Or do we play The Price is Right and Case gets to decide if he gets both prizes, if he guesses the price,
yeah,
or does
maybe we
he,
do that.
or does he have to
maybe we do that.
relake another one down?
Or let's make a deal.
Yeah, let's make a deal.
Those would tend to be more condensed.
Condensed, yeah, sorry.
Sure.
All right.
Well,
So
we'll spread the love.
Okay,
we got one going to Case. So
yeah.
So.
All right.
Foot switch.
Foot switch. There you go. Perfect.
Thank you so much.
And what I was going to say is just something special about this. So there was a Juliet Yankee Stroke Fox 6 Alpha Uniform Sierra, which was very, very hard to pick up. Nobody got it. It took me probably a good 5 minutes of just rewinding that clip over and over and again to pick him out. And Papa Delta 3, Mike Delta Mike was in there twice at 2 different sections. So anyways, that's what I picked out. But congratulations, and thank you for participating. And as we mentioned earlier, and I know it goes into a little bit of Bryant and Marty's presentation of listening is a good skill to have, because it doesn't matter if you can't write them down or can't log them properly, the score doesn't add up. So with that, Neil, I'll turn it back to you.
Okay. Very good. Well, that was fun, and it was fun watching everybody and playing along at home. I hope people watching on YouTube were playing along as well. And remember, if you're watching on YouTube, make sure you register to win the door prize at the end. Sterling's putting the link in there on the YouTube comments, so make sure you sign up for that, and we're going to give away a $100 gift certificate from DX Engineering at the end, which will be about 7:45 p.m. Eastern time is when we're planning on doing the closing. So we're a little over time, but I think we can probably catch up with the dinner break. So next we have Sterling. Sterling Man in 0SSC in St. Louis, Missouri is going to show us how to track down a transmitter without leaving your chair. And
All
then
right.
He has a competition for you, so take it away.
Yep. So everyone is going to get to do a fox hunt when we actually go to the real deal, but we can't do a fox hunt when we're on line. Or can we? Cue the Vsauce music if you know what I'm talking about. There are a lot of ways to actually geolocate or identify or find a transmitter. One of them is obviously if you have a directional antenna, you can peak a signal as you point the antenna towards it, or if it's a very if the antenna has a high front to back ratio, as in if you point the antenna away from the signal, it becomes very, very quiet to the point you can't even hear it. You might be able to get an angle on that, and once you get 3 angles, you can triangulate it. And I'll kind of speed things up here since I know we're behind schedule, and I'll forego a PowerPoint presentation. I will use my little whiteboard thing maybe, and then we'll get right into this competition, which might be kind of hard, might be easy, who knows, but it'll be a lot of fun. So anyway, so that's fox hunting as most people know it. A lot of the fox hunters, they'll do amateur radio direction finding, ARDF, which is a radio sport where you'll run and jog on a trail. I have a map up on my wall somewhere. I should have brought it down, but basically it shows you a general area where a transmitter might be, and you just keep running toward that loudest signal, and they use either 2 meters or 80 meters, and they use antennas that have high directionality to basically just hone in, kind of like a bloodhound honing in on the scent of a fallen duck or fallen search and rescue person. You know, they can locate people in the woods like that. They can also locate people in the woods who've, like, say, fallen out of an airplane or have crashed their airplane. I think plane crashes are a little bit more survivable than falling out of an airplane, but generally, if you are an aviator and you are probably, like, you know, flying out in the bush or the wild or whatever, your airplane will have an EPIRB or some sort of personal locating locating beacon. An EPIRB is an emergency position indicating location beacon, and that actually transmits your signal out to emergency search and rescue people, so they can get a pinpoint location. But let's say if you don't have one of those, if you only have a PLB or some kind of emergency transmitter that just sends out a ping every like second or so, you can't get a location from that. But what you can do is, like I said, triangulate or use another method. And even then, there's even more things that this system can use. And what I'm kind of getting at is multilateration, and that's a long, large term that kind of envelops the set of using time, using phase, and using differences of the actual wave front to calculate a position. Everyone knows about GPS, the Global Positioning System, and you can imagine there's a lot of satellites orbiting that are well known where they are at. Their orbits are well known, and each satellite has a clock. And all those GPS satellites are doing is just sending the time to the Earth. So when it hits my phone, I get the time from a satellite, and that actually is what puts in the time on most people's phones. I think almost all phones will do that, if not using network time, but I digress. And what happens is you get one satellite's time, and then you get another satellite's time, and then another, and then another, and you need at least four. You need at least three actually to get a location in three on the globe, and then four to get like the elevation. And then the more satellites you have in space that you can see and you're receiving the time of, the more that you can, the more accurate your position can get. And the way that works is all of them are sending you the same exact time, but your phone has a processor in it that's saying, okay, I received satellite 1's time 0.0000001 second before satellite's 2 time, and I received satellite's 2 time 0.000 yada yada yada, like a few nanoseconds or even less than that. And what your phone can do is calculate the difference in time, and from that can do crazy amounts of math to basically calculate your position. And this isn't the same as just pointing an antenna. It's literally the phone's processor or the receiver performing math on this signal to give you a location. Because you have that exact super accurate time data, you can get a super accurate position through math. And I won't go into too much detail since I didn't make a slide deck, and I can't think of math out of the top of my head, so I'll save you all of that. And this comes in really handy, and it can also go the other way around. Let's say if I'm transmitting or I'm a beacon out in the middle of nowhere. Let me try to turn on my whiteboard. Share screen, whiteboard. And I hope you'll see me, I think. Does this work? Yeah, that kind of works. So imagine you are, come on, draw a squiggly line. Let's draw a thicker line. Imagine you're right here, and you're transmitting a signal out everywhere. And that signal, it can be time, it can just be a single sideband, or it can be like the emergency location beacon. So you can imagine, going out in all directions. Now, if there are stations around here, and here, and here, and they have those triangulation type antennas, they can just find the angle, well, this is hard, about where you are, and then they can generally surmise, okay, that's where we hear you from, and then they all go there, and then they can get they come in closer, and they get a more accurate location, triangulation, and then they can, oh, now I'm moving things, and then basically they come in, and that's triangulation, if you remember. Let me erase all these. Now, let's say they don't have those kinds of things. They just have the time and your signal. So remember, you're right here, and these stations are out here monitoring the signal that you're putting out. Right? I'm getting better at drawing as we go. And the signal has a certain kind of information to it that all of these other stations can communicate that information. And as well, all of these other stations have the time. So GPS, it's where you get the time from, not location necessarily, but mostly the time. Location does obviously help to eventually, with the math to find the location of the transmitter. Let's make this like a little antenna guy because I want to draw. And they all communicate to each other, and they all say, okay, I received this bit of information at this exact time. Oh, this guy over here at A, let me say A, B, C. A says, I received that bit of information a little bit before that. And C says, I received that information a little bit after B. And from that information, you can get a precise location based on the wave front of the transmitter, along with the information included in that transmitter's signal. And it can literally just be voice or Morse code or beeping or anything, as long as these A, B, and C are phase matched or are matched by time. They can perform this multilateration, and this comes in really handy for a lot of things. And let me take my pin off and show you some cool things you've probably seen before. Let me set it up. There's this thing called lightningmaps.org. New share, screen 2. Pull that over here. Hopefully you can see that. So lightningmaps.org is really cool, right? Because you can see lightning all over the world. If we zoom into like areas in Alabama and Atlanta, Georgia, North Florida, we can see there's some storms. These are actual real-time lightning strikes. It's got a 1.8 second delay, and you're seeing 119 strikes per minute. And so how does this work? Well, if I turn on some cool features like the stations and the lines and maybe the coverage plots, you can see there are stations all over the place. Atlanta, North Carolina, Savannah, Trinity, Alexandria, Texas, or Louisiana. No, I was just killing my computer. Let me turn off some of these. And you can actually see when these lines are being drawn. And this big red map is the coverage. And you can see there's a lot of coverage in Europe, because Europeans have a lot more interest in this sort of thing. But some parts of the U.S. are also well covered. These blue areas are well covered. But these receivers actually have a very long range, because lightning has a very, very wide and very, very powerful radio spectrum. And so you can hear them from many, many thousands of miles away. And what all of these stations are doing, let me turn this coverage off so we can see a little better. You didn't listen to me. Just refresh. There we go. And turn these back on. Is all of these stations are communicating to each other. You see the apex of where these lines are approaching. Like, for example, there's a station here in southeast Missouri that's picking up these lightning strikes in Florida and even in Mexico and New Mexico. And all of the stations are talking to each other, and they're able to deduce the location of each of these strikes to an incredible precision, like almost like 100 meters or so. If I zoom way, 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 way into a storm, you can actually see the thunder. Like, this is the thunder that's being emitted. And if I zoom even further, you can see this circle around these previous strikes showing you about where they hit. And this is ground level. Like, this is literally a street. I don't know, 300 meters, 1,000 feet is about the accuracy of that particular lightning strike. So there's a pretty high certainty that somewhere in this circle there was a lightning strike. And I always thought this was really cool. Another one that's really cool is ADSB, which is Automatic Dependent Surveillance Broadcast, which is what planes use to locate, to transmit their location to other planes. Now you might say, yeah, but they send their location. Well, some do and some don't. I think in January 2020, was the mandate for ADSB. So instead of using primary radar, they actually send out a signal saying, "Hey, I'm over here. Don't run into me." But some of them do that, but some of them don't. Especially military aircraft, private jets, for example, and a few other people who don't want their location information out. We can still pick it up using these. Using ADSB receivers that are connected via GPS and can receive the squitter or the packets that they send, kind of just like APRS, almost exactly like APRS, just a different frequency and a different protocol. And we can use that to pretty precisely find where an aircraft is based on its ADSB. Now, most of these are going to come out as what is it? The non-multilaterated mode, just direct ADS-B, but a lot of them will be calculated by the actual time difference of arrival. And it's hard to find. I know there's some way to like showed on here, like some interesting jets and planes that are flying around. Multi-select? No. Anyway, I forget. But you can play around with this. Ah, yes. So like here's a bunch of military planes flying around, and these are probably not sending out their ADS-B location, though they might be. Who knows? And you can actually see some fighter jets doing some sorties. That's really cool. I haven't seen that ever, and this is just north or just west of Tulsa in northern Oklahoma. And a whole lot of other military. Ah, here's one. See where it says MLAT? That's multilateration. That is a plane that is not transmitting its location, but it is transmitting a beacon that the receivers on the ground can pick up and multilaterate. So I'm going to stop sharing my screen and ramble some more. Kind of like rambling, so if anybody needs to stop me to ask questions or whatever, feel free. So what has this got to do with us? How can hams use this? Well, there's this really cool thing called Kiwi SDR, and this is where the competition comes into play. And hopefully our signal, our secret signal is getting ready out there somewhere. So there is this website, Kiwi SDR.
Yeah, he's ready to go.
All right.
You just say the word.
Will do. And let me share the screen again. Let me pull this over here. Ugh. So this is a map of stations that you can pick up HF radio on. So 0 to 30 megahertz. Let's just pick one. This one in Indiana looks good. And you can see, and we'll go into SDR a little bit later. So, but you can see here's some radio spectrum. You can pick up a signal here. You can pick up a signal there. A lot of you've probably seen this, but what's really cool about this particular platform is their system of locating a transmitter. So everyone knows at 10 megahertz, there's a clock signal. And one thing we can do to find where that clock signal is multilateration. There's an extension called TDOA on Kiwi SDR. And if you click that, you'll get this little menu. And you'll get to a map. And down here, you're going to fill up stations, fill this list up with stations that are going to receive that signal. Right? Is the audio of this coming through? Don't necessarily need it, but I'm just curious. Alright, I'll just mute it. We all know what the time signal sounds like. And most of us might know that it comes from Colorado, like WWV. Actually, you can see one of the stations here in WWV in Fort Collins, Colorado. And the way that this works, it works better when all of the signals or all of the receivers are on, basically draw a circle around the station being heard. And so you generally need to know, you have to have a general idea of where the transmitter is. And so we have a general idea that the Voice of America, excuse me, the WWV time transmitter is in Colorado. And if we pick a bunch of stations, and all we have to do is select, let's pick W5PIE, W7RNA, we're making a circle around Colorado. And let's go over here, KD2OM. Let's go up here, all the way up to Canada. How about this one in South Texas? Okay, now we have our list full, but it looks like one of the channels are in use, so we can prune that by clicking the scissors icon. And then go pick another one. Let's pick one in California, see if it loads up. Okay, everything's green, and you see it has 29 or 30 GPS fixes per minute. This is because the Kiwi SDR radio actually has a GPS receiver on it, so they all have the time. And remember what I said about station A, B, and C all having the time and the information of the signal. They can use that to calculate the position. And this might take a few minutes, but we'll go ahead and hit submit. And first of all, we're going to kind of be in our general area. Like you want to zoom into about center where it is. You don't want to zoom in over here because it tells the algorithm, the TDOA algorithm, that the station you think is somewhere around, I don't know, Manhattan or Topeka or Kansas City. So we want to go over here like this and click submit. and that runs, and it takes a few minutes. So I'll let it run and kind of explain what's coming up. So this is going to be the competition. We have a secret transmitter. You might call it a damsel in distress or a fallen plane or just some interesting station you might want to pick up or see, or maybe call it the harmful interference. But at this time, it's actually just a broadcast station, not a broadcast, a amateur radio broadcast station on somewhere on 20 meters. And it might be tough to pick him up, or her, or it. But we'll play around. So
I have the frequency.
Awesome. And I'll see if we can hear the station in a minute after this is finished running. And it will plot a cool map, hopefully. Sometimes it gets hung up. Ah, perfect. All right, here's the map. So here's the stations that we picked. And the algorithm decides that 40.00, comma, minus 105.15 is the place of this transmitter, which is somewhere just north of Denver, but we actually know that the real transmitter is in Fort Collins. In fact, I don't want to Google it, but you can probably look up exactly where it is and see how far apart this became. Now, given our stations are thousands of miles away, hundreds or thousands of miles away, that's pretty close. And so you can imagine if there's some interference or a downed pilot or somebody calling for distress that you need to find a location of quickly, this gets you really fast. And then you can call all of your ham friends in Denver to geolocate using, not TDOA, but using the, direction finding on foot, and then go find the lost plane in the woods. So that's what we're going to do. So we have a beacon somewhere in this area. In fact, I made a little chart somewhere, a little map. If I can pull that up really quick. Really quick is mini eons when you're live, isn't it? Find a ping. Okay, here's the map. So this is the map that I took a screenshot of Kiwi SDR, and our station is somewhere in this circle. So that tells you that you want to zoom in your map somewhere within this area, and there's a station there. And I will mention that it's on 20 meters, and 20 meters usually has pretty good propagation from this point to the edges of the map, edges of the continental U.S. And then you also want to select stations that are around the circle, totally enclose that. If you don't totally enclose the station, and I won't show this just for the sake of time, the algorithm will look crazy, and you'll get an unusual result, and you'll see all these bands and weird stuff. But if you fully engulf the station, and all of the stations can hear that station, then you'll get a really nice ring or pinpoint like this one. So the competition is find that station. Whoever gets closest wins, and we'll have places for first, second, and third. All right, so hopefully...
So for third place, you get an R&L hat. For second place, you get a Heil Sound t-shirt. And for first place, yes, we have another BM17 headset.
Another headset.
So whoever gets the closest to the actual location. So
cool. So there's a few caveats. Let me go back into the screen here. When you're using TDOA, the biggest catch, and I'll tell our YouTube viewers to hold off on doing this so that we can focus on the competition between our participants, and then YouTubers, you can do this later, but you won't get any points or prizes for this. But what you want to do is kind of diversify. You might notice that some of these stations, especially if our location is somewhere in this area, there's only a few stations north of that, but several stations west and east and south of it. So we might hog up a station. So if you see that, if you see this as red, what is green on my screen right now, if you can see it. If that's red and it says all in use or something, then just close that, snip that by clicking the scissors button, and then pick a different one and keep trying. And this will give you guys about 10 or so minutes. I don't know how we're doing on time in terms of that.
I think the clip is 8, but we can rerun it. But yeah, we're actually supposed to be going to Ruth about now. So
yeah, so I try to go fast.
That's all right. We'll catch up at dinner break.
All right. So yeah, what's our frequency? And we can start.
Our frequency will be 14.245.
14.245.
14.245 is where it will be unless somebody gets on there before we can start.
Okay, and we're ready to start. So if we want to go ahead and do that,
so let's make sure everybody knows how to.
Yep.
How to get there and pick their stuff.
You don't have to log in. Just go to. Let me put out the link in the chat. To pick it up map. It's rx.linkfnl.net, and that takes you directly to a map, and you can click any of the transmitters, and I suggest you click one on either the eastern or the western seaboards, because I think those will have the best chance of picking up the 20-meter signal, which is somewhere in the center in the Midwest. And hopefully there's plenty of stations to go around. Oh, these stations can only hold 4 listeners at once, so they might be might start to get clogged up.
Okay, so 14.245. Follow that link. Pick your listening stations. We'll give you a little time to do that, and then we'll start the newsline transmission.
Anybody questions, concerns, can't get to it, confusions? I know I can only see Amin's face in the video. I always go by people going like, huh, what, huh, what? But since someone's sharing their video, it's hard to see if anybody's actually having trouble. You can also share your screen if you want. Like, there shouldn't be, we shouldn't have too much of a problem of screen sniping or whatever, but as long as no one knows where the station is. How do you get the map up? You should just be able to go to rx.linkfnl.net, and I posted that in the Zoom chat. Does that make sense? And then once you're in that and you pick any station, anywhere, I'm going to pick one. And what was our frequency again?
14.245.
14. And you want to type that in, 14245, because it's kilohertz. And it's an upper sideband signal. I don't hear it on a Virginian Kiwi SDR, so we might have to try a different one.
Michael's asking too, how do I get to the map?
How do I get to the map from the station? You click on extension. Let me open up my screen share. Here at the bottom, you'll see extension, and you click TDOA. And that will automatically open up the map and everything. In fact, I can go back and recreate it if you're looking on my screen. Pick a station. Frequency is 14245. Can't hear him on this one, but then go to extension.
Oh, he hasn't started yet.
Oh, okay. He hasn't started yet. and then TDOA, and then it will load the map. Like so. Maybe. There it goes. Any more questions? Having trouble getting to here? And then from this point, once we hit the tell the transmitter, the station to turn on, you're gonna pick 6 stations that envelop the center of the U.S. Again, here's where that station may or may not be located. Somewhere in this circle. So you'll pick 5 stations.
Actually in North Korea, but we're not talking
It's North Korea. You pick 6 stations by clicking on each of these. All of these numbers will blow up into stations you can select. And generally, they should work for you like this. Make sense? So turn these off so no one can hog anybody up. Alright, I don't have any other complaints or questions or confusions right now. I think everybody's on the same page.
Are we ready?
Are we ready? Can I get a thumbs up or hey yo in the chat? Hey yo. Ruth is ready. And another thing I forgot to
ready? Anybody need more time?
Anybody need more time? Another thing I forgot to mention is if you don't hear the signal or the station, it might be a bad station, but make sure you're in USB mode, upper sideband, because that's what 20 meters this convention is. 14.245. Type it in as 14245 megahertz and click upper sideband USB. Good.
Yeah. Okay.
And this might be computationally intensive, so if you're on a phone, it won't work. If you're on a laptop, it might kind of struggle. And so, I'll try to give everyone a lot of time to find a station, find the station.
Ready?
Yep. No one else is saying anything, so let it rip.
Okay, go.
I'll go ahead and share my screen to see if I can hear it, find it. Cool. There's nothing. I'm not picking it up on a lot of receivers. Yeah, it should take about 2 to 4 minutes. If there's no signal, or if the signal is really weak, it might take longer. It might give you a funny looking result. Eileen. Gave us 10. I'm curious if anybody else has been able to hear the
inform
signal.
them on what that is next on the Chris Baker.
I did list the new.
You guys are beating me. Because you definitely need to be able to hear the signal before you can locate the signal. And as soon as anybody has a result, go ahead and post. Go ahead and post if it comes out with a coordinates. You can post that in the chat. Timeout, excessive runtime. That might be because the signal is too weak. If it's excessive runtime. In worst case, we can use that 10 megahertz signal. If nobody gets a good result from our station in the Midwest, we could use a 10 megahertz signal, and the closest return will be based on like how well you choose your stations. But you'll have to show me the screen. Need the Jeopardy. We need the Jeopardy music. You have a line of signal running across the Midwest. That's good. That's really good. Sometimes you will get like a long sweeping thing, and that's due to the wavefront math. It calculates the wavefronts as hyperboloids, which are basically just a bowl-shaped thing. And if you get the intersection of two hyperboloids, you can get that kind of swath or line that shows like it might be here. So it does show where it thinks it is at the highest signal intensity or highest intensity of that. But you can pick anywhere in that swath if you want to put out the your coordinates that it tells you. Another excessive runtime error. So anybody who's getting an excessive runtime error, if you want to use the 10 megahertz signal, it should be a lot easier to pick up. Use 10,000 kilohertz and use amplitude modulation, like I showed in the demonstration. You can show me your screen or show me a picture of your resolution, your solution, I suppose, and we can go off of that. But if anybody finds the secret station, then that's even better. Nashville, Illinois. Is that your final answer? There we go. Does anybody on the YouTube have any luck hearing the signal?
Our mystery station says he has an RF feedback issue.
That could explain it. The other frequency is 10 megahertz, so 1000
He said
kilohertz.
He can try 40 as well.
And we could try 40.
Do that.
Yeah, if he goes to 40, we can get that too. That might work better for some of the
Okay.
closer stations. And choose, Aline, it's amplitude modulation, AM mode, and make sure the signal window, that the yellow bar, is over the clock signal, and you should be able to hear the tick. Excessive runtime on 10,000 megahertz? Is it? You mean kilohertz? I hope. We need this 8-bit sound. I like it too.
Okay, we're moving to 7193.
71. Say it again.
7193.
7193. Okay. And that's a lower sideband.
I didn't get anything that round, that time around. Any other check-ins for the night watch? That Kilo Delta 2 Alpha.
Sounds like there's a net.
KC0UKA, I got you. Is that correct?
That's
correct. Alright, I got you. Okay, alright. We're going to go back up to the left and start out there. Let's see. Kilo 4 Echo Lima Oscar, Wayne, Russellville, Kentucky. One of our SDS responders. Anything else that's going on?
Oh, not too much, David. K2AFA of the night watch, K4 yellow. Very good evening to you, David, and everybody else. Thank you for being our SDS this hour. Really appreciate that. I hope everybody stays safe and healthy. We have, let's see, 84 degrees in the front right now, partial sunshine. Kind of been like that on and off all day. And hey, thanks for the report there, Doc. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot to report. We're doing
Okay, go down 3. 7190.
7190.
Does that look clear? It's on 7190.
Okay. Do you have Eileen, do you have lat long coordinates?
Numbers, latitude and longitude.
And yeah, Michael.
Yeah, Michael, he is transmitting on 7190 right now.
Cool. Eileen, yeah, that's really good, really close. So you were going for 10 megahertz, right? You muted. Or were you going for 7190?
I went for the 10 and that's what I got.
Okay. I'm going to write down those coordinates really quick if you want to share them. .50 and minus 105.10. Okay. Thank you. And if anybody else is going for the 10 megahertz WWV, you can go ahead and share your screen if you got a result on that, if you've got something. Meanwhile, we're transmitting on 7190, hopefully. Let me check some live SDRs here to see if I can hear it. And that's lower sideband LSB. Patrick's still going for
Live close to that place.
7190. I'm having trouble doing it too. Sam's got nothing. Well, I thought propagation would be better today, but you know, when you need it to be better, it's never good. It hears you. I can hear it on the N0EMP QBSDR. Very, very faintly. think we gave everybody a lot more than 8 minutes or 10 minutes, so. And if we want to bow out of the secret station, we can all go for 10 megahertz or 10 megahertz station like I did. And Aline, you already got ahead of everyone there, so it's just propagation is doing propagation things, which can happen.
I have another, I've got 40.70, point minus 104.90.
Okay. Let's see how far that is. Also very close.
So,
It's about 7 miles. I think that's your best one. Anybody else going for 10 megahertz? Let's give it like 5 more minutes. And we're all going to 10 megahertz amplitude modulation, and you'll show me your screen when you're done. And sure, you can make a guess. Give an interstate.
There's 1 minute left on 7190. We do need to move along here pretty
Yep.
soon. $71.90 is off the air.
Okay. Everybody finish up on 10 megahertz. See how close we can get.
At the tone, 21 hours, 35 minutes, Coordinated Universal Time.
Patrick, I have family in Mount Vernon, Illinois, so you never know.
Altitude 21 hours,
I'm
36
going to start
minutes.
figuring out
Coordinated universal time.
distances. Looks like a couple of you got 7190 locations. I don't know if you're taking a dartboard shot or if you actually found it on there, so it's okay.
All right, here's what I'd suggest is post your location on whichever one you're doing, and Sterling, can you maybe tally that up while Ruth is going?
Yeah.
And then we can announce it after
Sure
Ruth
can.
is done. So, a couple minutes, and then post your answer in the group chat, and then Ruth is going to talk about satellites. Yeah, Case, it was good to hear you on. I heard you on again and didn't get you on satellite, but that's cool.
And Cassandra, you have, is your guess the 10 megahertz one or the 7190? 10 megahertz, got it. Looking like I have W3MLJ, W9GGG, TF2EQ, and K1GTC with submissions. Anybody else? Am I missing anybody? And W3MLJ and W9GGG are both in fighting for the 40 meter one. See if anybody else gets anything. So Patrick, Michael, me, and Cassandra. Anybody else?
11 if everybody has it.
Right. I have a feeling some of us aren't playing.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess that's 4 entries. Gonna have 3 winners here. It's gonna be hard to pick. But you can go ahead with Ruth,
yeah,
and
we
we'll
can go ahead and start. If you're still finishing up, go ahead and post your answer, and we're going to go ahead to Ruth KM4LAO, who is currently in FM25. Thank you for the new grid. Yesterday, I think it was. So Ruth is going to talk a little bit about satellites and some awards that you can get, and some satellite tips, and she is going to be doing the satellite workshop at the camp next summer, and we'll be able to get you all up and running on satellites at camp. So she's going to talk a little bit about some of the things you can do after you figure out how to do that. So Ruth, it's all yours.
All right, so it's great to be here. Hopefully you all can see me, and I'm working on sharing my screen. All right, so hopefully that's coming through.
Looks
All
great.
right, awesome. So I'm Ruth, KM4LAO. I've been licensed since 2015, and I'm very active on the satellites. So it's a lot of fun getting to talk to you all about one of my passions in amateur radio. This certainly isn't what we all planned for YOTA week, but I'm glad we've been able to work this out. It's been a lot of fun, and it's been interesting seeing all the different presentations. Kind of like Neil said, my topic is pretty hands-on, but I've enjoyed the challenge of making a presentation for you all that is hopefully both interesting and informative, and something that we can build on next summer when we're actually in person, go over some of it again so it makes more sense if needed, and continue to build on it so that we can have a lot of fun both today and next summer. So my focus today is to give you first a brief history of AMSAT, the Radio Amateur Satellite Corporation that helps design and launch most of the satellites that we're able to use. I want to talk you through the different types of satellites that are available for communications. And then I'm going to walk through the basic order that I use to make contacts. That's worked really well, just to give you there's a lot going on for satellite communications. So having a bit of a mental checklist helps a lot. And then finally, I want to talk about fun ways that amateur radio operators are able to connect about satellites, both on and off the air. It's a small community that's very well connected. So to start, like I said, I wanted to start with a brief history of satellites and how they relate to amateur radio. So as many of you may know, Sputnik 1, the first satellite ever, was launched by Russia in October 1957. That was followed shortly thereafter by Explorer 1 in January of 1958. Does anyone want to venture a guess when the first amateur radio satellite was launched? Oscar 1 was actually launched in December 1961. That's barely 4 years after Sputnik 1, and that was in the middle of the Mercury program. Once a group of West Coast hams saw that satellites were the next frontier, they decided that they wanted to get amateur radio involved in that as well. So a group got together and they literally built Oscar 1 in their basements. And they worked with the government, and they got permission to launch it as a small payload on a rocket in December 1961. So this satellite was named, like you can see, it's named Oscar 1. That's an acronym for Orbiting Satellite Carrying Amateur Radio, but it works. And the fun thing is, most amateur radio satellites since then have continued to include the name Oscar in their title as a nod to the history there. So these hams continued to develop, build, and launch satellites. And as the space age fever intensified, so did the amateur radio community's interest in the birds. So in 1969, a group of hams with space-related experience met together in Washington, D.C., and AMSAT was born. This volunteer organization has had a huge role since then in space science, education, technology, and just having fun on amateur radio satellites. The team has expanded. It's, like I said, it's all volunteer, but they have expanded with different organizations worldwide. And the types of satellites that we're now able to launch has also expanded over the years. So, like I said, the first satellite ever was Oscar 1. That only contained a beacon transmitter so that hams could listen and measure radio propagation, and also monitor the internal temperature of the satellite. The team that built Oscar 1 improved on that design and launched Oscar 2 shortly thereafter. And then later they launched Oscar 3, which became the very first amateur radio transponder. Hams were able to receive signals on 144 megahertz and then retransmit them around they were able to receive signals around 146 megahertz and then retransmit them around 144 megahertz. This satellite was only in space for about 18 days, but during that time, over 1,000 hams were heard operating through it. Also, all of these satellites were pretty short-lived, and AMSAT soon started developing satellites that could last longer. Now most of our satellites are launched into low Earth orbit, and they have varying capabilities that we're able to communicate using. The photo on the left here is from AMSAT Oscar 92, AO 92. That's one of the most popular FM satellites now. It's been up since 2018, and it's going strong. So there's a lot of satellites now that we can use. Currently, we have 30 satellites active in low Earth orbit on a variety of capabilities. So when they're in low Earth orbit, that means they're orbiting the Earth with an altitude between 160 and 2,000 kilometers above the Earth's surface, and they've got an orbital period around the Earth from between 88 to 127 minutes. Hams are able to make contacts through the satellite when they're in its footprint. That is, when the satellite's above the horizon at your location. They're tiny CubeSats. They're made so small so that they fit in payloads and are easily deployed. So you aren't able to see them. But through technology, we can track them and figure out exactly where they are. These passes range from only a couple of minutes to 20 minutes, depending on your location and the height of the satellite above the horizon. So we've currently got 3 types of satellites that we can communicate through: Digisats, FM satellites, and linear transponders. The first type are Digisats. So these are satellites which transmit and receive digital modes, generally on 2-meter simplex. They're really easy and just enjoyable to get to work. My first Digisat QSO was back in 2019 with WD90WK. Their Digisats are unique among satellites because they're simplex, and therefore they don't require too much equipment to use to get into. One handheld antenna and a HT, and you're good to go. One of the most exciting things about them, though, is that they actually have equipment for Digisats on the International Space Station. So dozens of operators every day can bounce their signals through radios on the ISS and make contacts, which is a lot of fun. The second type of satellite that's probably the most common is the FM satellites. So these are VHF-UHF crossband repeaters, where operators are able to transmit on one band and receive on another. Like terrestrial repeaters, we use CTCSS tones on the uplink. The uplink is the transmit frequency. So uplink is where you transmit, and the downlink is what you're hearing. Currently, we've got 5 functioning FM satellites. 3 of them are active all the time. That's SO50, which I have the frequencies listed there on the screen, and then 2 others by AMSAT, AO91 and AO92. And then we also have 2 others that are developed by other space organizations that are turned on particular schedules. So you can keep an eye out and work them occasionally. The main difference between the different FM satellites is their uplink and downlink bands. So SO50 has an uplink of 2 meters and a downlink of 70 centimeters, while AO91 and AO92 are the exact opposite, with an uplink of 70 centimeters and a downlink of 2 meters. So, for example, as you can see on the screen here, SO50, you transmit, if you want to get into the satellite, you're going to transmit at 145.850 megahertz and receive about 436.795 megahertz. While on AO92, for example, you'd be transmitting on 435, 350 and receiving on 145, 980. Both satellites work well. It just really kind of depends on who's designed them and that kind of thing. So it's both types, depending on if your uplink or downlink is 2 meters or 70 centimeters, both work equally well. A good pass on FM satellites tend to be about 12 or 13 minutes, and it generally isn't too hard to make some contacts. The one drawback is, like all repeaters, only one person can talk at a time. So it tends to get a little bit crazy, especially when there's a lot of people on, or it's a weekend, or there's someone in a rare location that everybody wants to talk to. But that's half the fun, getting into it and making some contacts. The third type of satellites we're able to operate on are linear satellites. So linear satellites take this same concept of transmit and receiving on different bands, but instead of just transmitting and receiving on one frequency, they're built for an entire range of frequencies. This range is known as the passband. So each linear satellite, will be designed with its own passband, and that's published free domain online, so you can figure out exactly what it is. And anything transmitted into the satellite on the uplink passband will be retransmitted on the downlink. Linear satellites are designed so that you operate using upper sideband, lower sideband, CW, and occasionally digital on the VHF, UHF bands. And once you get into linears, there's a second subset, those with inverting passbands and those with non-inverting. So non-inverting passbands basically means that if an operator is transmitting upper sideband on the high end of a passband on the uplink, they're going to hear themselves on upper sideband on the high end of the downlink. So there's not as much mental math to figure out where it's going to be. Conversely, if you're going to do an inverting passband, then if you want to hear yourself on upper sideband on the high end of the downlink, you're going to have to transmit lower sideband on the low end. So it's just another thing to think about. But again, these are clearly available online, so you can figure out exactly, so you can get in properly for the particular satellite. Linear satellites are definitely considered an upgrade from FM because the ones we have currently are usually in a little bit higher orbit, so you can talk a lot farther. And then as well, you've got the entire passband, so you can have multiple conversations all at once. So what makes satellite communication really exciting for me? I love it based on the fact that you can bounce a signal off a moving satellite and talk to people either standing right next to you or hundreds of miles away. You can talk to anyone in the satellite's footprint, and because the satellite is moving, this footprint is changing throughout the entire pass. This adds an exciting new dimension to operating since you're holding multiple radios to talk, you're processing call signs, you're changing frequencies, you're tracking a satellite, and you're trying to talk coherently at the same time. It's a lot of fun. One of the most interesting aspects of satellite communications may be Doppler effect, though. So Doppler effect is produced by a moving source of waves, such as radio waves, moving toward or away from an observer. So think about an ambulance siren. While the frequency of the siren is technically always the same, to someone watching it pass and move away, the pitch starts out high and then goes from high to low. This phenomenon works exactly the same for amateur radio satellites and requires operators to change their uplink and or downlink frequencies throughout a single pass. For FM satellites, part of the reason they're easy to get into is the Doppler effect isn't too hard to remember. The FM signal is relatively large, so frequencies are only going to be changed a couple of times per pass. 70 centimeters is affected by Doppler effect more, so in general, you're going to change your 70 centimeter frequency to adjust for Doppler while leaving 2 meter frequency alone. On SO50, for example, we're going to, like I said, we're going to transmit on one frequency on 2 meters the entire pass and adjust your receive frequency from high to low in order to hear the satellite clearly. Okay. Doppler effect adds a little bigger twist on linear satellites. Because you're operating on single sideband or CW, it's a smaller signal, so it's going to change much quicker. So throughout a pass, when you're trying to talk, you're going to have to be continually adjusting your frequency much more. It requires constant motion to keep up with the satellite and both through tracking and Doppler effect. I have a video here, but I think I forgot to hit share my my audio. So let me stop sharing and then I'll start sharing again and hopefully that'll work. Okay, share screen, share computer sound. Let's try this again. What? All right, I don't think it's gonna work with audio, so sorry about that. But basically this—
Did you not get the screen, the share screen?
I did, and then it was like, you have to reinstall Zoom.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and that didn't show up earlier when I tried it, so. So I will explain what you're supposed to be hearing here. Basically, this video is for a beacon on the linear transponders. Because they have such a large passband, they put a CW beacon on one particular frequency so that you can listen to it and figure out if you're tracking the satellite correctly. And this video is basically just listening to the beacon, and in a 10-second video, the pitch of that CW tone is changing dramatically. So now that you have a bit of an idea of the 3 types of satellites we're going to work on, I want to talk specifically about FM satellites because they're one of the most common and easy to get into. The big thing to be aware of, whatever satellite you're going to transmit through, is situational awareness. It's important to listen and get a rhythm of particular passes before you transmit. On FM birds, for example, like any repeater, it's almost unheard of to call CQ. There's enough people on that you generally say your call sign in your grid, and you can make QSOs without calling CQ. Meanwhile, on linear transponders, you've got that whole range of frequencies. So people park out during different parts of the frequency of the passband and call CQ. So it all depends on what satellite you're trying to use. The more you listen and get a feel for how satellite passes work before transmitting and making sure you can get into it clearly, makes things go a lot smoother. So what all do you exactly need to get on FM satellites? The first thing you're going to need is an antenna. My focus is going to be mostly on portable operations because that's what I love to do with satellites. So many satellite operators are going to be on the air handheld because it gives a greater use of portability, as well as you can track the satellite easier as it rotates the Earth and tumbles through space. You can keep up exactly with where it is. Therefore, there have been 2 main antenna brands that have beam antennas that have been built for that, Arrow and Elk. They both work very well. They're very similar, except the Arrow antenna on the left has the 2 meter and 70 centimeter elements in different polarity, while the Elk antenna on the right has them on the same. I've used both. They're a lot of fun. It really depends on personal preference for what you want to use. It's generally better to use directional antennas because you can get all your signal going straight at the satellite, so you can get in very well. But in a pinch, some people can use egg beaters for multi-directional. Doesn't work as well, but I know some people have made contacts using that. The next thing you need is definitely going to be an FM radio for VHF, UHF frequencies. For handheld operations, you can use HGs from basically any brand. Yaesu, ICOM, Kenwood, and even Bofeng, or really any radio that you have that has FM capabilities on VHF and UHF. You can certainly mix brands like I do so that one radio can be used for transmitting and one radio can be used for receiving based on what you have available. Something you're going to hear a lot about in amateur radio satellites is the importance of operating full duplex. So full duplex means that your radio setup enables you to hear the received frequency while you are transmitting. This helps situational awareness so you're not stepping on anybody else. There's so many people on passes that there's a bit of a hullabaloo sometimes trying to get in, and being able to hear yourself is very important to know that you're actually hitting the satellite and tracking it correctly. Some handhelds like the Kenwood THD72A actually have full duplex built directly into the radio, which is great, and some larger radios will as well. But handheld wise, most do not. So I just stick with two separate radios and it works great. In addition, you're going to need some good low loss coax and appropriate connectors. You're operating on higher frequencies, so it's very important to have good quality coax between the antenna and the radios to prevent loss. If you're using just one radio, you can get a diplexer and just connect that to your handheld antenna. Or if you have 2 radios, then you can do some combination of a diplexer plus coax, or just 2 pieces of coax or whatnot. Personally, I also like to standardize all my connections. I like to use coax with B and C connectors, and then use appropriate connectors to connect to my handhelds or larger radios. That way it eases the strain on the radio itself, and it allows me to use coax for more than just a handheld. Now, if the satellite's passing overhead and you don't know it, that's bad. So you definitely need some sort of satellite path prediction software. Good thing is there's a lot of them out there. I enjoy using just a phone app so that I can easily get it wherever I am. There are many satellite tracking apps for iPhone and Android that are available for use. The one I use is called GoSatWatch. It allows you to track the satellite, track when satellites will be passing overhead, and the exact direction they'll be rising and setting from your location. So on the screen, it's basically giving you the compass of the Earth, and the line here is telling you where AO92 is going to be passing. It's going to be starting up north because the direction of the arrow is going from north to south. So that it'll start at 0 degrees north. It'll arc up. The highest elevation will be 48 degrees above the horizon, about northwestish, and then it'll set in the southwest. So it gives you the in-depth information you need to know to be able to figure out where the satellite is going to be passing from your location. And that exact pass will vary based on your location. But for example, that's an AO92 pass that came over Fox Mike 25 today. If you don't want to use an app, there are plenty of online resources as well. AMSAT has a great satellite prediction page where you can just enter in the satellite you're looking for and your particular location, and then it'll give you a whole list in the same information. It'll give you the date and time in UTC. It'll give you the AOS, that's the acquisition of signal when it comes up over the horizon, the total time it's over the horizon, the peak elevation, and then the time when you lose the satellite. The last two things you're going to need are a compass for direction finding and then a way to record your pass. It's important to know what direction you're pointing your antenna. I've certainly tried to do passes pointing the wrong way. It doesn't work very well. So I use a combination of an iPhone app as well as a physical compass just to make sure I know what direction I'm going. And then finally, you want to use a recorder. It's almost impossible to hold an antenna, one or two handhelds, track a satellite, talk, and write down call signs at the same time so that you can legibly log them later. Therefore, it's much easier to get some sort of digital recorder and just record the call sign, record the entire pass, record everything you hear. That way you can go back after the pass ends, and you can go back and listen through, write down everybody's call signs, make sure you got it all correctly, and then upload it to Logbook of the World or a logging program of your choice. The important thing here is to make sure that when you start your recording, you ID and clearly state the date and time, the location where you're operating from, the call sign you're using, and any other relevant information you need to log that satellite pass correctly. So let's talk what happens exactly during an FM satellite pass. There's a lot of people on passes. So most passes are just going to be quick exchanges of call signs and Maidenhead grid squares. So Maidenhead grid squares, like have been covered a little bit earlier today, are a way of dividing the world up into one latitude by 2 degree longitude sections. Each of these sections are further broken down until a very accurate position can be given using a combination of letters and numbers. Amateur radio operators like to exchange these 4-digit grid squares as a way of giving their location. For example, you can see that the Eastern US is in the Fox Mike grid square. And then it's subset into alphanumeric from Fox Mike 00 to Fox Mike 99. For example, I'm in Fox Mike 25 currently up on the coast, so anybody who wants to work me can know where I am. So FM passes, like I said, tend to get very busy. So it's helpful to have a system of how you approach a pass. So over the time I've operated, I've come up with a basic order of operations for how I like to get on the air. So the first thing I do is find a satellite and decide what I want to operate on. Do I want to use a Digisat? Do I want to do an FM satellite, or do I want to do a linear transponder? Next thing is to determine where the satellite is based on my location, and depending on that, where I want to operate from. For example, I'm here at the beach, so if I'm going to do an eastern pass, I'm definitely going down to the ocean so I can get propagation over the water. And then make sure I get all my equipment together, put it all together, make sure it's all working so that I don't try to get on a satellite and discover that my battery has died and I can't transmit. It doesn't work very well. The next thing I like to do just helps with my state of mind during a pass. I actually like to, once I figure out where the satellite is passing overhead, I like to mark my AOS, the max elevation, and the LOS on the ground exactly for easy reference. This makes it easier for me when I'm in the middle of a pass and trying to track and talk to people. It just gives me a quick visual cue of where I'm supposed to be pointing throughout the pass. That way, if it's the first 5 minutes of a pass, I know I'm going to be in between the AOS and max elevation and so forth. So a couple minutes before the pass starts, I make sure to start my recording device. I clearly say the date and time, the grid square, the call sign, and the satellite I'm on. That way I can log it easier later. At which point, when the satellite pass starts, I begin to track the satellite where I think it should be in the sky until I hear it, and listen until I get a good rhythm of the pass. At that point, once you're hearing the satellite, you're good to go. You can make contacts, and it's a lot of fun. You can make contacts one of two ways, either by copying someone directly and or transmitting your call sign in grid square and waiting for others to respond to you. It really depends on the pass. If there's a lot of people on, you don't want to just be saying Kilo Mike 4 Lima Alpha Oscar, Fox Mike 25 and interrupting other contacts. You want to listen for someone else and try to call them directly so you can make a contact. However, if you're in a really rare grid square, then if you just get in and say your call sign in grid square, there's a very good likelihood about 20 people are going to call you back immediately. So then you can start picking them off and making contacts. So once the satellite pass ends, make sure you end your recording, put all your equipment away, and then transcribe the recording and write it all down and make sure you know who you worked. At which point you can have a variety of options for logging the pass. Most people will upload all of their contacts to Logbook of the World. That way you can get that electronic confirmation as well as be eligible for lots of different awards. But not everybody does so, though it's certainly the norm. In addition, a lot of satellite operators have come up with exciting QSL cards. So it's a very good likelihood if you work someone on satellites, you're going to get a bunch of QSL cards coming in the mail very shortly. So there's generally two types of operators on satellites, like I alluded to. Hams who are operating from a home grid, they get on all the time. They are sometimes portable, and oftentimes they'll have permanent equipment as well, which makes it exciting. And then you have those who are portable and roving in rare grid squares. Rovers are really important in the satellite community since they travel to grid squares that there may not be other satellite operators living in, and they put it on the air so that other hams can work them. The satellite community is already a small subset of the amateur radio community as a whole. So, for example, in the United States, there's a lot of grids that hams don't live in who are active on satellites. Therefore, the traveling back and forth between other operators makes it a lot of fun to explore parts of the United States and get on the air at the same time. Personally, I operate both from home and as a rover. I'm portable full time, but I love just giving back to the community through roving. In fact, this week, like I've said, I'm in the rare grid square Fox Mike 25 here on the Outer Banks of North Carolina. And I'm having so much fun just getting on the air during my vacation and handing out the rare grid to operators. And it's really amazing how different a satellite footprint can be based on where you're located, and it's always exciting to work new people on the air. The satellite community is really welcoming, which makes it very enjoyable to be on the air. There's many regulars on satellites, either chasing grids or roving, and it's always a pleasure to work a friend during a pass. Just yesterday, I got to work Kylie, Kilo Echo Zero Whiskey Papa Alpha. She's a 13-year-old ham, and she's been active on satellites for almost a year. She's done an incredible job on the air, and she absolutely loves it. So it was very exciting getting to work her and give her this grid square, which she hadn't worked before. The AMSAT community in general is really welcoming to young people in the hobby and getting on satellites. So it makes it very enjoyable to get on the air. Because this community is small, we pretty much know each other, and we want to be able to connect off the air as well, or off of satellites as well. So we developed a number of different ways to be able to communicate off satellites, stay informed of when new roads are happening, where people are going, when they're going to be on, and just get to know each other better. So one of the fun ways to do that is AMSAT operators host a weekly AMSATnet on D-Star and Echolink. And it's a good way of getting to have a little longer conversation with someone as opposed to a 5 to 10 second quick contact on satellites, and learn about where they're going to be operating from. There are, of course, the standard email lists and Facebook groups that are very active. But one of the most popular ways that satellite operators actually stay informed is through Twitter. Hams are able to post in real time what they're doing and what grids they'll be on. If you need a grid, you can communicate directly with them and be like, okay, can you make this pass? I'll be on from Echo Mary 66 and I need your grid. There's always advice being freely given, information being shared, and a lot of fun conversations along the way. The nice thing is you don't even need a Twitter account to follow other operators. So you can get the news from what's happening without having to make an account for yourself, since most of the accounts on there are public and can be read by anyone. Because of all these discussions on Twitter, new ways to plan for grids to work have also been developed. Kilo 5 Echo Mike created this really fun website called SatMatch, where you can go in and you can check passes with overlapping footprints. For example, this week I'm trying really hard to connect with Casey, Kilo India 7 Uniform November Juliet in Oregon, because he really needs this grid square. So I've gone into this SatMatch and I've put his grid square of Charlie November 93, and I've put my grid square of Fox Mike 25, and it's going to tell me that, hey, if I get on this linear satellite AO7, then I have a 20-minute chance of working him. So it gives you the exact location from both locations. So you can get a good feel for when they will be able to get into the satellite, so you can plan a satellite pass accordingly. There's also a really great Twitter account called Gridmaster Heatmap, run by Paul, KE0PBR. So like I showed in that picture earlier, there's Maidenhead grid squares. The world is divided up into Maidenhead grid squares. In the lower United States by itself, there are 488 of these grids that overlap some portion of American soil. As such, we're hands. We want to work all of them. That's half the fun. So Paul has put together this great resource where he gathers data from different operators regarding how many of these grids they've worked and gotten confirmed in Logbook of the World. Everybody will send him their data as like Excel files, and then he will input all of this data into his own file and create this map that displays the United States overlaid by a grid map. And it's colored, it's heat colored, so that you can tell which grid squares are really rare. For example, a green grid square in the middle has like 81% of operators who have submitted data have worked that grid. So you won't be very popular if you go there, but of course you will get worked. The usefulness is knowing all of these red and orange grid squares. People have not made many contacts from them. Therefore, when rovers are planning trips, they can plan to go to this grid square and know that they will be able to make a lot of contacts and can make a lot of people very happy. It by no means accounts for everyone who's on satellites, but it's a very good general direction to see where you can plan, see what locations are rare for amateur radio satellites. Half the fun of ham radio is definitely getting to earn awards, and satellites are no exception. There are many standard awards to be earned, including VUCC, so working and confirming 100 grids, satellite worked all states, and even if you do it long enough, then there's a possibility to get satellite DXCC, along with the Gridmaster award that I talked about the slide before. AMSAT also keeps track of distance records between stations on different satellites. So based on the satellite's height in low Earth orbit, they have a theoretical distance between stations in a footprint that could theoretically communicate with each other. And it's a very good challenge getting to see how far you can stretch that. With all of the 30-some satellites we have in space currently, based on their orbit, these distance records range between 3,000 and 8,000 kilometers between stations. And something was, I was actually involved in helping set a satellite distance record back in 2016 when I operated with the Dave Calter Memorial Youth DX Adventure down in the Caribbean island of Saba. We did some satellite operations from the island, and we were able to work WD9 EWK in Arizona and set the current record at the time to be over 5,000 kilometers. That record has since been broken. People have stretched it even farther, which is awesome to see. But it was very cool to be a small part of history for a little while. Many events will often also offer bonuses for getting on satellites and making a contact, including Field Day this weekend, where you can get 100 points if you can get into the satellite. But because satellites, we're a fun-loving group, so we've developed some events of our own as well. One of the most wacky and popular the last couple of years has been Walmart parking lots on the air. It's designed for operators to go to their local Walmarts and operate from them. This developed because Walmarts they're large. You usually get a big parking lot, so you've got a very flat horizon. So if you're trying to work a lot of people, you don't want to have any obstruction in the horizon so you can't hear the satellite. So many of us would go to Walmarts because they're very flat and you can work a lot of people, which works out great. Therefore, we decided to make an event to celebrate this in conjunction with Walmart's birthday. It's not sponsored by them at all, but we have a lot of fun with it. Basically, anybody going to a Walmart and operating from it are titled shoppers. Sorry, anybody chasing Walmarts and trying to connect with hams in them are entitled shoppers. And anybody going to Walmarts are entitled associates. And you can earn all sorts of different fun bonuses for different activities while you're there, including a back to school bonus for anybody in school. You can earn a cake bonus for eating cake to celebrate Walmart's birthday, or even you can operate shopping cart mobile, which I did in the picture on the right. Walmart parking lots on the air started in 2018, and it's occurred since then, and I hope it'll be able to continue. In the spirit of customized awards, some satellite operators have created individualized awards based on hams who are on the air on satellites. For example, 80HJ and 80DX created the 80 Squared Award. Basically, anybody who works both of them in one pass will be able to earn a special QSL card from them both. And the thing is, if you do that 5 times, then you can get a specialized keychain. It's just a lot of fun way to make contacts and keep active and lighthearted about the enjoyment of making satellite contacts. In addition, AMSAT has come up with the AMSAT Rover Award in order to honor the satellite operators who take time and money to go to rare grid squares. You can collect points for going to a certain number of grids and activating them on different satellites. And once you get a certain amount, then you're eligible for the AMSAT Rover Award, which is a lot of fun. So apologies that my audio is not working, but I wanted to kind of wrap it up by showing you all going back to that grid square map and showing you all a picture of all the grids that I was able to work during a pass earlier this week. I was on an FM pass late at night, and I got around 15 to 16 QSOs with a bunch of different hams. And as you can see, I was able to work all across the United States. That's what makes it fun with satellites. You never quite know where you're going to be able to work, who will be on, and you can really work a long distance. Right now, I'm also trying to connect with operators in Europe because I'm on the Eastern Shore. I'll be able to work transatlantic, which makes it very exciting to connect with more hams. So satellites are really fun because you never quite know who you'll get to talk to. It all depends on your horizon, the height of the pass, and the other operators who are on. I hope that this has been a useful introduction to amateur radio satellites and all the different activities that we can do in them. It's a really enjoyable mode of communication, and I really want to see more people getting involved in exploring it. I can't wait until we can do some passes together and do more hands-on workshop and program some radios and get everybody more familiar with how to do it in person. But I hope this has been a informational introduction at least. So are there any questions that I can help with? So Lee, personally, I've made on satellites, I've made a lot. Just this week, I'm getting close to like 50 or so QSOs from here. So it's up to a couple thousand for sure, from a bunch of different locations.
Might be a silly question. Have you ever, do you know any satellite amateurs that maybe go on like a 5K, like charity run or something, and then just take their antenna with them? Because I've had that suggestion here in the IRA. They're like, if you want to really get people into amateur radio, that's what you do.
Yeah, I mean, it works. I mean, I don't know anybody specifically for like a 5K, but a lot of us will just bring our equipment with us and get on the air. I mean, a couple years ago during the total solar eclipse, I brought all my equipment with me and we were all camped out to watch the eclipse, but there was satellite passes beforehand. So I was just on the air during that time as well. I was like, might as well use my time, make some fun out of it. So yeah, a lot of us, that's the big benefit of having all the portable equipment. It's very versatile and easy to take places. So a lot of us will just leave our equipment in our car and have it with us wherever. So yes.
Okay.
Ooh, yeah. Estimated starting cost for portable station. The Arrow antennas are only like $100, I believe, if you want to get a pre-made one. You could also build your own because it's a basic 2 meter, 70 centimeter antenna. If you're starting out with handhelds, I mean, depends on the quality you want, but I know people making contacts on satellites using Baofangs, so super cheap, or a little higher grade with like from like Kenwood or ICOM. So combination of that would probably be like, you could start out for as low as like $200 American. So yeah, it's really not too bad. And it's great because you can do it as soon as you're licensed as a technician. So the second you're licensed, you can get on the air on satellites and start making contacts. Yes. So Whiskey Zero Alpha Alpha Echo, the linear satellite equipment I recommend. So what I tend to do with linear satellites is I get a combination of, I have 2 Yaesu FT817s because for linear satellites, you're operating single sideband and CW on the FM, on VHF UHF. So you need to have a all mode radio that can do that. So I like to just use a combination of the Yaesu FT817s for 2 of them, 1 for transmit, 1 for receive, again, because they don't have full duplex in them. And then the Arrow antenna works great for them both. So it's a little bit more expensive, but it's definitely worth it. No, I have not been able to talk to an astronaut on the ISS yet. There is one who was active a couple of years ago, but unfortunately I was at school at the time and didn't see it because I was doing homework. So that was very sad. But they will occasionally be active. I've been hoping that some of the demo SpaceX team will be on the air, but I suspect they're probably too busy. So no, I have not yet. It's on my bucket list. I hope to at some point. Hooking up recording to the audio, that's something I'm currently trying to figure out. So currently, I don't use any headsets or anything. So I just got my radios hooked up to the Arrow antenna, and then I just have the recorder recording everything I hear, both from what I'm saying and through the radios. I like that just because I can both hear the satellite itself and I can hear what I'm saying. So sometimes if someone's call sign got a little garbled and I heard it in real time, but I wanted to confirm in my brain that I worked it right, if I heard them working someone later, I'll be like, okay, remember I worked Kilo 5 Zulu Mike, and that way I'll remember it later. So I don't really have any tips for like hooking up an audio recorder in line if I use headsets, mostly because I'm still trying to figure that out myself. So maybe, hopefully by next summer, I'll figure out how to do that. So I'll include that.
Okay, anything else for Ruth? Oh. Yeah. QO100, that's geostationary, so that's kind of nice. We don't have that advantage.
I
over
wish we
here.
had one soon, sometime.
Yeah.
Somebody on YouTube asks if there's any link for a satellite list or like any kind of status. And I posted
Yes.
the AMSAT status. Is there
Thank you.
anything else?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best one.
Cool.
It just gives you all the satellites and which ones are active when. Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome. Hopefully that was helpful.
Very good, and we look forward to doing this at camp next summer. But that'll give you some ideas to maybe do this if you haven't already. Okay, well, Sterling, how are we on our prize calculations?
Well, we had four entries, and one of them was a W3MLJ had an entry for both the 10 and the 40 meter one. So the number one is Elin with 7 miles from the 10 megahertz transmitter. And I'll share my screen just so I got the little list here. And number 2 is W3MLJ with 53 miles from the 10 megahertz transmitter, WWV. And then he also put in for the 40 meter and got the best range of 264 miles. And our secret station was actually K0NEB's home station in Lincoln, Nebraska. So I think W3MLJ, you said near Bartlesville, Oklahoma, which was close but no cigar. And then K1GTC, I think Cassandra had 391 miles away from the 10 megahertz site. So we have our top 3 there, and I think we'll put MLJ behind Cassandra since he put in 2, and he already got the second place for one of the things. And then W9GGG got 441 miles away from the 40 meter transmitter, saying it was about 40 miles west southwest of Mount Vernon, Illinois. So a bit out there. I'm sorry we didn't have a really good copy on that station too. It's a shame. I thought it would have been a lot better with propagation, but you know, that's the thing. So there you have it.
Okay. And who was third? Again?
That was
Sorry.
K1GTC, Cassandra.
GTC.
Next time we'll make it mandatory so everyone plays.
Okay, so K1 GTC Cassandra, you get. Oh, hang on. Turn this thing back off again.
And that's 7 miles. That's pretty close.
You get the RNL hat and W3MLJ. You get the Heil Sound T-shirt. I'm still going to mess it up. I thought it was Eileen. Is it Aileen? Aileen?
It's just a name. It's fine.
Do your best, and we'll take that.
You get the.
Oh, thank you so much. I'll,
So, okay. So we are supposed to be taking a 40-minute dinner break and resuming at 6:30, and it is 6:29. So, why don't we do maybe a 10-minute break?
Bathroom break.
Bathroom break.
Get a quick bite break.
Get a quick snack or something, and then Sam is going to show us some online SDR stuff and has another competition. So you have some more opportunities to win some prizes, and then we will finish up after that with some announcements and door prizes and the big prize giveaway, and that's going to finish up our day. So Let's take about 10 minutes and we'll see everybody back here in 10.
He's actually giving me 10 minutes so that I can make sure my audio interface is still working.
Well, apparently it is. We hear the meowing.
Oh, yeah.
That's my meowing.
Oh, that's your
Not
meowing.
coming from. That's not
Mine is still asleep.
Oh, you've had
apparently
3
is
of
what I
5
was
of them.
doing, so.
You've had 3 of my 5 in front of the camera so far.
Oh, wow.
Not, there's 2 more you haven't seen.
So feel free to chat. But yeah, we'll resume in about 10 minutes.
All right.
Hey, my
because the blood was gushing this morning.
Goodness. We're back live. So everybody put your...
And we're back. All right. Well, as I said, Sam is up next, and he's with some Rare DX ME0W. Is there? Well, was.
My ME0W stroke cat is over here just actually meowing. So if you hear that in the background, I'm going to try to keep my mic muted because I know my mic stream goes over the YouTube stream. So sorry about that, everyone who was hearing me crinkle my chips and my cat's yelling in the background. But
K1TTY. Yeah,
K1TTY.
Yeah, Allie has been pretty much zonked through the whole process. But she decided to bite me this morning on my way out the door and sent blood gushing. So I had to change plans this morning. So she's in trouble. Well, anyway, we'll get away from the ham cats of Instagram and go to Sam. Sam's going to talk about using online software to find radio. So if you don't have a radio at home, you can listen, or a lot of times I will use it just to see if my transmitter's working. That's a good way to do it. So he's going to share some stuff about that, and then we have our last competition, and then we'll do the closing ceremonies here in about an hour. So Sam, it's all yours. And you need to unmute.
Hang on. Are you hearing me now?
Yeah, I had unmute.
Okay. There's the can you hear me now? And there's the can you see my screen?
Yeah, and we've done both, so we're official.
We call the cat desk QR Nancy. It's naturally occurring interference that screws your desk up is what it is. And that was 3 of my 5 cats. You haven't even seen the other 2. But yeah, so Sam, KC2LRC here. Certainly lament not seeing you guys at the YOTA this year, but you know, it is what it is. We're making the best of it. And I think, what are you guys, 15 to 25 years old or something like that? Well, I became a ham when I was 13. And let me tell you, trying to afford ham radio stuff when you're 13 and just getting used to pushing a lawnmower for some cash is kind of interesting. So HF radio, oh, could we even do that? And I mean, my first long distance contact I made was actually not on HF. It was on IRLP, because with $100 HT, you could get on the repeater around here and you could make a long distance contact. And that was actually what got me hooked. But these days, the landscape is a little bit different. So, you know, you've got software to find radio, which I don't really think was a thing in 2003. I first remember it getting started maybe around 2008, 2009, and it was kind of a weird, exotic thing there that you're thinking, yeah, this isn't really anything that we're going to make much use of. But it's kind of cool until it came along in the form and cheap forms like RTL, SDR, and expensive forms like Flex. So let's put the screen on here. And I'm going to make sure that, let's start with my audio not on, but the computer sound on. And now for the tricky part, because I've got 5 monitors here. One with the taskbar is what I want. All right, let's give this a shot. Y'all should be seeing the Flex radio now. Well,
affirmative.
Perfect. So yeah, so this is kind of a modern software to find radio. You've seen this probably, you know, maybe in the form of a pan adapter on an ICOM or an Elecraft or something like that. Or if you've run a Flex, you've seen something like this. Well, the fundamental thing that you have when you're doing a software-defined radio, or really any radio, is you have some train of components that are modulating and demodulating signals. So you're going to start with a waveform and that's had a signal modulated into it, and you're going to do a bunch of things to it. First, you're going to capture it, then feed it into some hardware in a traditional radio to extract the information from it. Well, the big thing that's different in a software-defined radio, let's show you my picture here, is that rather than throwing hardware at the demodulating problem, you're throwing software at it after you transform the signal to a digital bunch of data. So here, we have an antenna and we have some hardware to get the signal into the computer, and then you've got the analog to digital converter. And then so the result is everything in this red box here would be done in an old radio, it would be done in hardware. But in this radio, this is all a whole bunch of data. Maybe you're processing it with microprocessors, maybe FPGAs, DSPs. Some really high-end systems have used GPUs for it. But you've got high bandwidth data processing, which has only been possible in the past 10 or 15 years once computers got fast enough for it. So you're doing the same transformations that the hardware would, but you're doing them in software. And the first thing that we get out of that is, we're looking at some shortwave signals here on our SDR. Let's put the sound on. So, I don't know where these are from. But if we jump over to a ham band, now this at least is going to start sounding more familiar. That must be DX because he sounds like he's not speaking English. So one of the interesting things you'll notice right off when you get on an SDR is that things that were done in hardware, like the filter width, you had just a couple settings for. So, maybe you could set your filter to 2.7K or widen up to 2.9. But your typical radio, like my Kenwood that I used to have, it had a 2.7 and a 1.8. So I put the 1.8 on when I needed, when I had a lot of interference and was trying to pull out one person. But otherwise, I'd keep it wide. Well, when you're doing that in hardware, you've got a circuit that's designed to produce a bandwidth of that particular width. But when you're doing it in software, you've got a whole bunch of just mathematical functions that are in the computer. So I can say, maybe his signal is not quite that big. I can set this filter as wide as I want, or as narrow as I want, because all we're doing is changing some numbers in the computer software rather than actually having to have a piece of hardware do what we want. So SDR will do some things like that. But the other thing you might notice about this is that, we'll zoom way out. There at 7 megahertz is the lower limit of the 40-meter ham band. There up at 7.3 megahertz is the higher limit. And even though I'm only listening to one particular frequency at the time, if I want to listen to this rag chewer, I'll go up here. Or listen to these guys operating CW down here. You can see that because the radio is capturing all of the data from the antenna, it actually has all the data to demodulate in different parts of the band at once. So I can look around with this big pan adapter it's giving me here and say, oh, here's the broadcast stations over here. Is my mouse showing up on the display, or am I making no sense at all? Good.
Yeah.
It's being my laser pointer here. This is the you know, it's COVID. I realize I can't just go point at the thing and, hey, it's a projector screen. I can't do that. So you've got all this data coming at you that is basically everything that the radio is pulling in. Well, let's go back to our picture here, and this is one of the neat things that SDR can do. We were saying all of this stuff in the red box is done in the computer. So after the ADC, you're in the computer. Everything is digital data at that point. Well, what if you make a few copies of this data? Say you have that one ADC that's feeding your data in. Well, now, what if I want to listen to two parts of it at once? I can put a second, provided I have enough computer hardware to process all this data. One of my buddies is saying, is the radio too loud for you to hear me? Let's not listen to the background noise for a second here. Little bit of, can you hear me now? But yeah, so what you've got here is you can make a few different copies of that data and you can do different things with them. Maybe you could demodulate in different places in the band at once. You could save all the data to your hard drive, if assuming your hard drive can write that data to the disk quickly enough, and you could replay it later and actually tune around within the recording. So if I do that on the Flex, it looks pretty simple. You know, if I want to listen to these two guys at once, hey, here's another receiver. And I can put this receiver basically wherever I want. And so it's taking that same data stream, but putting two demodulators on it in two different frequencies and giving me two different outputs. And I can pretty much, again, given the limitations of my hardware, I can do that any number of times. My Flex radio has two receivers, so it has enough FPGA space to run two demodulators. The more expensive ones give you 4 or 8. But sometime around 2008, somebody came around and said, well, what if you took this data stream and sent it over the internet? So this is the Flex is a fairly expensive radio. That it's a nice toy, but certainly 13-year-old me wouldn't have been dabbling in the Flex. But somebody said, well, what if you could send this data over the internet, make multiple streams from one receiver and send it out for free? And we have a system called WebSDR. So WebSDR has one receiver, which captures a good amount of bandwidth, and you can access it at websdr.org. And let me see if I can stick that in the, seems like the chat box goes away when but if someone wants to stick that in there, websdr.org. And now if you have let me go back one for a second here. If you've got a second monitor, then that would be ideal right now. I realize a lot of you probably don't, but that would let you follow along here while I kind of show you what's happening. But if you don't, you can just watch what I'm doing here. So WebSDR started with one site in the Netherlands, which is this one up at the top here. And now it's probably got, if I look at this page, probably a good 100 or 200 receivers. Now, all of these receivers are different. They're in different places. So, you know, we can say, we can pick one of these based on where we want to listen from and also what frequencies are available on it. And I see there's an awful lot more of them in Europe than there are here. So I'm going to start with the first one, which was their original site. Not just because it's in a good spot, 40 meters should be open there, but also because it's got a really wide receive range. Some of these other ones, like you can see, this WebSDR is one that is focused on the QO100 satellite, which I kind of like because not being in Europe, the satellite's not over me. This one's an HF receiver. This one has a whole bunch of HF bands on it. I think you'll find that a lot of them are HF, but there's a few that are VHF or UHF only, and they're kind of designed for specific applications. So let's dive in. This particular, now I need to find the audio control here because otherwise it's probably going to be pretty loud once I turn it on. There we go. So for now, the cool part is WebSDR works entirely inside the browser. It also makes for great demonstrations if you don't actually have the ability to bring a radio in somewhere. So like we had a demonstration day at my company, and I brought WebSDR in. I can't believe they don't block it on the company laptops, but maybe they just don't know what it is. But so you see this kind of similar screen here that maybe looks something like what we saw on the Flex. It's called a waterfall display, and it's showing you what signals are going by. So it's kind of like an earthquake seismometer where the display is going up, and the further up the page it gets, the longer ago something happened. So we control it by dragging around this thing here, and by using the controls above and below the display and the mouse wheel. So the mouse wheel is going to let me zoom in, and if I drag around, I can get into a ham band here, or I can get into a broadcast band. So this green area here, of course, now they have a bunch of things here marking the shortwave frequencies. But this green area here, now we're in the ham band. So let's see if we can listen to somebody. I'm gonna put it on lower sideband because that's what they use here. Put the sound on.
Problem, copy also. Thank you very much. Good luck, many DX, United. Спасибо, удачи. Ciao, bye-bye. Ciao. CQ40, CQ, calling 40. CQ40, CQ, 40 meters band. This is Union Alpha 6, Gulf India. United Atlantic 6, Gulf Italy, calling 40. Standing by.
So there's a station in Russia that is being received in the Netherlands. And the funny thing is, the WebSDR, despite being basically a free radio, has a lot of capability to it. So I can even change just the same way I did on the Flex, although not quite as elegantly. I can vary the filter bandwidth. So if I widen it up here, I can get the entire FT8 band in here. The nice sound of digital contacts. But you can hear, let's get a little closer in here. You can kind of hear the higher pitch signals shut out as I close the filter up there. Then there's a couple filters you can put on, like the auto notch filter is actually going to attempt to attack these signals because it sees them as very narrow signals like spurs. Noise reduction, squelch, which we probably only use that on FM. And we can even go explore outside the hand band on this one, because this one has a lot of coverage outside the hand band. So here, for instance, are a bunch of AM signals. And so we can switch to AM
Tiempo que
here.
toma acciones desde la perspectiva de ayudar a los tres países a lograr el desarrollo y la revitalización y salvaguardar la paz y el desarrollo mundiales.
And if you're a shortwave
Tratar
listener, there's a lot of
correctamente
stuff
y
you can
aportar
do
apropiadamente los factores
with this,
sensibles en las
especially
relaciones
because if you want to
bilaterales
listen to a
y
particular
salvaguardar la
shortwave
situación
station, you can
general de
often
sus
pick
relaciones.
a
Este
receiver
miércoles, Wang Yi,
that's
consejero de
within the
Estado y
reception
ministro
range
de
of it,
Relaciones
depending on the
Exteriores
time
de
of day.
China, conversó con Mohammad Javad Zarif, ministro de Relaciones Exteriores de
you have
Irán,
a
por
label
videoconferencia. Ambas partes están de acuerdo por la dedicación de sostener la vigencia del
This
acuerdo
isn't
nuclear
flying. We're
iraní
listening
y la
to
autoridad de la
CHN, China
resolución
Radio International.
2231 y la oposición a cualquier acción que debilite el acuerdo nuclear iraní. Según Wang, Irán es la Asociación Estratégica Integral de China. Los dos países entienden,
kind of
se
wonder if
apoyen
we actually
mutuamente
are,
en los
or
temas
if
que
it's,
involucran los
or if it's
intereses
not,
centrales
because
de
to
cada
me it
uno
kind of
y
sounds like
protegen
Spanish to me.
conjuntamente la justicia internacional. Frente al impacto epidémico, China desea recuperar los intercambios con Irán gradualmente, de acuerdo con el desarrollo.
幸福路128号，还有综合大楼馆。
The rest of the page is, other than just some kind of view settings with the waterfall, I can change the speed of it or change the size of it depending on how my monitor is here. I can change to a spectrum view, which I don't find as useful as the history view, the waterfall, because this I can see over time. I think it's kind of easier to identify the signals over time that way. And then this screen down here will show you, if you put a call sign in, which not a lot of people have, will show you what other people are tuned around this WebSDR receiver. So right now, there's 272 users, and they're each tuned to a different frequency, because with that big stream of data, you each get to choose what you're listening to. Hopefully you can still hear me over it. I'm probably I'm probably quieter on the microphone than the radio is.
Yeah, that heterodyne is killing my ears.
Let's get that. Should be able to kill it with a notch filter. Yep, there it goes. The notch filter is going to look for a very narrow signal and filter that out. And here we can see there's an AM carrier right there, which was within our audio pass band. So it's going to show up as this annoying sound here, but we can take it out there. So anyways, I meant most of this for you guys to just be able to tinker around with this and ask questions. So has anybody managed to pull it up and found anything interesting? Of course, I can't see the chat box here. So
there's no chat slap. You probably just want to mute it off.
Yeah?
You probably just want to mute it. Oh, you
Oh,
already did.
there it is. Yep. There we go. Now, Connor's saying he's on 7182. So let's see if we can pull that up. So Connor, we'll see if we can hear you in the Netherlands. Yeah,
and you're a full 10 dB on the Yorkie, so even at that height it's working well. But the other night when it was all the way down, the full wave delta loop was performing better. All the best, John. 73s, and we'll catch you further down. So in ATI, MM0 TDS.
This is British.
Yeah.
Hey Sam, I heard the whiskey, the other station, and they were taking a break.
Oh, who was?
The whiskey Yankee, right?
Whiskey 8
Yankee. They were going to do an op switch or something like that.
Okay.
But I have access to the remote, so I can. You want to see if I'm pointing northeast? You want to see if I make it through?
Yeah, pick a frequency and let's see where we. What I'll do, I'll put mine on. Also.
Yeah, that frequency is not currently in use, so we could. Or no, sorry, somebody's on there now. I can see some audio coming through the remote. So, but yeah, I'm happy to help if I can.
Well, if you want to, you try and see if you can get into Europe.
You have a band scope, I do not. So if you can find a clear frequency, I'll move to it.
I'm saying 7189 right now.
7189.
Yep. Now let's check our European band scope here.
All right, I'll mute myself on here and see if I can see how well I do.
Let's put them side by side and see which one pulls you in. So I'm gonna put this guy at 7189. Lower sideband. Yep, there you are. You are getting picked up in Syracuse and not in the Netherlands.
Yeah, I was going to say it was faint, but you could see that propagation, sometimes it all works out.
Yeah. There's a lot of systems that are based on this, like the reverse beacon network is a very similar system, but what it does is rather than having the SDR radios accessible to people, it uses a wideband. Connor's saying he's still on 7182. Yeah, I bet I'm hearing him here. Hey, there we go. Let's get my amplifier and my headset here. Why don't we? Here, so I have the thing plugged into my work laptop, so it isn't.
Delta 8, Victoria Radio X-ray. Delta 8, Victor Radio X-ray, you're 5 and 9.
Yeah, there's wrestling.
And I know that Sam has you on right now. I think you're streaming part of your audio on the YOTA online. So YOTA news site. So anyway, it's nice to hear from you. Thank you for the time check. I will log it and good luck. And he's going to get my bad audio.
Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie. Somebody just heard a call they shouldn't have because I had the wrong transmit selected. Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie. Hey, you're 5 and 9 also, and everybody just watched you make that contact with me because I'm doing the SDR presentation right now. Cheers. Now, what I wasn't looking at was, did you see me show up at 7182 on the?
No, but there was this really weird wideband signal. It looked like a radar signal or something that showed
Yeah,
up. But you didn't show up there.
I did not show up. No.
No.
No,
DX to
we
the needle lens is not good at night on 40 meters.
No. I was hearing a little bit, but nah, I'd probably be if I shot for 20.
You still probably gotta wait for gray line, wait for nighttime for 40.
It's creeping in pretty good here. It's 7:12 p.m. So if I let's jump to 20 and see if their band is open. Somebody's coming in.
November 6th, Mike Sugar November. Mike Sugar November, QSL.
Nah, he's working California.
Okay, the November 6th, Mike Sugar November. Here 4x4, 4x4, not signal is not very strong. You are 4x4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Could you please tell me also my report? What is my report? Over.
Now, if you notice there, I've got this guy loud and clear. So let's see if we can. I'm going to unmute the SDR, and I'm going to try to work this guy, and we're going to see if we can hear me in the Netherlands.
Number 6, Mike Sugar November. Thanks for 55. I wish you all the best now. You take care, okay? Conditions are quite poor. So thanks a lot for calling. November 6, Mike Sugar November. IK 0 ETA 73, over. Zulu Lima 1 Whiskey November. I was waiting for your guys.
No, see, he was
missed it.
Getting a pile up there.
Yeah, that's when you can't hear him.
But I bet if I pick either somebody else or a clear frequency. Yep.
Ross, Zulu Lima 1 Whiskey in India Kilo 0. Ross, bye-bye. Signal.
Hello, test, Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie.
Just barely. I think I see whispers.
Huh?
I think I saw some whispers of signal.
I saw some whispers there. I was at 14.213. So I should have been right about there. Hello, test, Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie. Yeah, that might have been me. Let's see if y'all can hear it. Hello, test, Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie. How'd that sound?
Yeah, kind of. I mean, it was hearing both of your real signal and the RF signal at the same time, but
yeah, you're hearing me through my microphone too.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello, test, Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie. Give it a little more gas there. Hello, test, Kilo Charlie 2, Lima Radio Charlie. So there, we're hearing ourselves in the Netherlands. Now, are there any other things in particular you want to see me do with this? I was thinking I'd turn it loose to everybody and let you all play with it and ask me questions. If you want to share your screen, feel free and ask me what's going on. But yeah, this is as free as SDR gets. You can pretty much just jump on this website and listen around. So whether you're trying to listen to other places, figure out what the bands are like, just hear pile-ups on different sides of the world, it's an interesting tool for that. And it's also great for giving demonstrations of ham radio when you actually don't have any radios to give demonstrations with, like at work and stuff. So that, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Eileen says there's a good question in the YouTube chat, and it's time for the competition. So if you want to get the competition started, you can. Oh, okay. What's the relationship of Kiwi SDR and Web SDR?
Well, this might be a Sterling question, actually, because you were just talking about Kiwi SDR, but I think a Kiwi SDR is just one particular receiver that generates a stream of data that can be fed into Web SDR, or you can do other things with it too.
I don't know if there's any Kiwi SDRs that feed Web SDR, so they are two separate things. And like Wheeze_NL mentioned, Kiwi SDR is an open source version of basically Web SDR, but it's actually hardware. The Kiwi SDR is a hardware receiver, can receive between 1 and 30 megahertz all at the same time. And the ecosystem, or the world of Kiwi SDR, is online at kiwisdr.org, which links to a map, and that's what we did earlier. Web SDR is different because it's closed source, the actual like stuff you see right now on the screen. And the owner, PA3FWM, will give the Web SDR software, server software, to people who meet a certain criteria of station. So they have to have a certain spectrum available, they have to have certain internet quality available, internet bandwidth availability, and that sort of thing, so that he maintains a pretty high quality, pretty high standard of receivers on his site. And the receivers on here are kind of anything. It's anything that can put out an IQ signal. So you have the main Web SDR, which is from the University of Twente, or Twint, I forget how to pronounce it, which is like a handmade, homebrewed 0 to 30 megahertz FPGA sampler. But then you have like RTL SDRs and soft rocks, and some of them are flex radios, like with their IQ output, or 7300s with an IQ output. Most of them, I think, are RTL SDRs. Now you can't put RTL SDRs or anything like that, random receivers, on Kiwi SDR. Those are only for Kiwi SDR receivers. So there are trade-offs. At least with Kiwi SDR, you get 0 to 30 megahertz on all receivers. Web SDR, it's kind of like patchwork, but Web SDR is cleaner, faster, and supports hundreds of users, but Kiwi SDR is a little bit choppier, slower, and only supports 4 users per station. Does that make sense?
That's pretty cool. I wasn't even that aware of what Kiwi SDR was. I thought it was just one particular receiver, because one of the troubles that you run into is that software-defined radio, being such a kind of a young thing, and it's a very hobbyist thing, and there's lots of different receiver designs in it, and there's not a lot of standards right now. So there's some that they're trying to get adopted, but there's the QS1R, which is a pretty popular receiver among reverse beacon network operators. There's actually this, which is the Red Pitaya, which is not actually designed as a receiver. It's designed as a piece of lab equipment. So this is probably like a $400 board right here, but it's got 125 megahertz A to D converters in it, so it can suck up a decent bit of bandwidth. And it turns out, even though it doesn't have a 50 ohm impedance on the input, it still receives pretty well. There's a little bit of a loss from that, but so somebody wrote a firmware for it that you can use it as an SDR. But there's just this myriad of receivers right now And some of them will work with GNU radio, some of them have their own data format, and there's been kind of some push to standardize on a particular format so that any software will work with any radio, but it's like herding cats. I mean, they're there's two of them right in there, and trying to get them to do the same thing, it's like you just don't. So that's where we're at with SDR. All these different receivers that sometimes you get lucky and one's well supported, and if they get popular they'll become better supported, but it's kind of a crapshoot right now what'll work with what.
All right. Well, why don't you go ahead and let them explore by this competition we have here, our final one.
Let them
today.
explore. Why not force them to explore? That's what we're about to do. we're gonna say, okay, well, who wants some prizes, and who wants to go and use the web SDR to be the one who wins our prizes? So there's 3 prizes coming from this, and we're gonna do. I think we're allowing 15 minutes for this, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Something like that. Okay. Well, the first 3 people who log one call sign with each number in it. So you got to have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a 0. Make your own log. First 3 people who log that on any web SDR station are going to get the prizes. Neil's holding one of them up.
The hat. We have another Heil Sound shirt.
Mm-hmm.
And we have the trigger.
The trigger.
The HS2 push to talk trigger from Heil Sound. So you go out on the SDR, you got to be on the SDR. We're on the honor system here. You got to go on the SDR. You got to find a station with a 1, a 2, a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 0, and then post them and go.
Fire away. And of course, that's a lot of tuning around. So let's see where we get in 15 minutes, and maybe it'll wind up being, hey, the one with the most numbers wins. But
Yeah. That's what I was looking for.
You can hear the sideband distortion already.
I didn't know there was a 10-hour loop of the Jeopardy.
Yep. Now let's see if I can do this also. I'm starting a log here.
There it is.
CQ Delta X-ray from India Kilo Zero, Echo Tango Alpha. India Kilowatt Zero, E Echo T Tango A Alpha.
All right, got my 0.
Sam, I'm also trying to play along. I also got a 0. I'm one. Is it the Italian station?
Yeah, the IK0.
I got the same one.
Yeah, we're both on the Dutch web SDR then on 20, aren't we? Now we're going to get the same next station.
Aline wonders how we mute the users here. She needs quiet. Everybody quiet.
Now I got a 4. Hey, I got Whiskey 8 Yankee. There's my 8. He's cooking pretty good on 20.
We gave you a freebie.
Yep.
Okay, I got my 2.
I keep reaching for my knob and I'm tuning my flex, not the web SDR. The flex has this, it's got this little knob that attaches to the radio here that, you know, because you still need a knob. That's the only physical control of it you get. Got my 5. All right, I'm 410.
Thanks for 5 by 8 South Idaho. Can I have your name, please? Your name, over. Roger, Roger. And could you please send me here now, thanks very much, Whiskey 7 Lima Whiskey Idaho. 73. November Forge.
Okay, 20's dry. I'm trying 40.
Yeah, I got a few on 40. I got 5. Got 0, 1, 2, 3, and 8.
Nice.
I think, yeah.
All they're doing on 40 is chewing the rag.
You're not on 7,200, are you? Michael says if I call CQ on 80 on my home rig and I hear myself, does it count?
I'm saying this is SDR. You can work yourself.
Clever.
I'm still not going to tell you what I was going to do with the YOTA this year if it actually happened, but it involved some remote operation from my station. All right, let's try 80 here. Okay, 40 is pretty dry on that Dutch receiver.
I think I'm okay for the 101s, but as you say, the first thing you do when you see one at a rally is have a look at that plug, because they're under mains plug, a whole load of torque in Jones plugs as well. I've got 6 fine radios that use that, more than that. Anyway, we'll see you, Andy. Just call any time, mate, and we'll catch up with you later in the summer, no doubt. Cheers to you, Roy. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, I try and keep to stop with everything now, what's components.
It's a good time to mention if you're watching on YouTube, you can sign up for our YOTA Day giveaway for our YouTube viewers. Still got some time for that. Post the link in the chat here. And it's a Gleam thing, so you'll have to get an account and to get a Gleam account to enter, and also be present when we draw. So far we've got 17 entries, so the chances are great.
All right, I'm switching to the receiver in Brazil because 20 wasn't doing a whole lot there. So I'm up to 5 right now.
Yeah, I'm at 5 as well. I've got 1, 2, 3, or 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 8.
I've got 0, 2, 4, 5, and 8. And man, this one's got not much going on it. Yeah, let's do 40. I think good.
If you're watching on YouTube, again, we're just tracking down any call sign with a number in it, and you're trying to collect all 10 digits. So a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and a 0 with an SDR, any call sign, any mode, any country, just collect all 10 numbers in call signs, any mode. And if you're playing along at home on YouTube, that's what we're doing right now. We've got a few minutes left. And If you want to register to win that $100 gift certificate from DX Engineering and you're watching on YouTube, make sure you do that. We're going to close that here in just a few minutes. So make sure you get signed up for that.
Yeah, we were saying earlier that if you had an FT8 decoder on, you would probably win this in about, 15 seconds.
Probably, yeah. FT8's. And the funny thing with this is FT8 is so robust that all you really need is you can put it on in your speakers and just put your microphone on and let the FT8 decoder listen to that, and you'll probably get good decodes.
Mm-hmm. Good old air gap.
All right, I got one more. I got a 5.
Nice.
I know. I'm up to 6.
I picked one here that's not making any sound. I'm gonna try a different one. Getting the sound to start on them can actually be a little bit tricky.
Well, you either have that, and what I'm noticing is there's conversations, but people are not IDing.
Yes, there's that too, is actually getting them to give their dang call sign is something else. Now this northern Utah one looks like it's got 20 meters.
That particular web SDR is pretty amazing. The one in Utah, northern Utah.
Northern Utah, good. And then I picked the right one, didn't
It
I?
has a log periodic at 70, 80, 100 feet for 30 megahertz on down to 40 meters. It has a 40 meter beam, and it has a discone type antenna for the other bands.
Yep.
It's amazing. And it's out in the middle of Utah, so there's like literally no noise besides like storms and lightning and stuff.
Oh yeah. No, my problem right now is my sound isn't coming up on any of them that I that I use. Oh, something just happened. Okay, this one it came up on. Is there anybody to listen to?
Oh, Michael says he thinks he's got them all.
Nice. Woo!
Oh, Elaine, you got them?
No, I was giving Mike 10-5.
Oh. Yeah, go ahead and list them, Michael. We'll give him a digital high five. Binary high five.
Did you see that in the news about this? It was in Washington State. There was a girl in a bikini getting chased by.
That's what the
spin the dial.
Spin the dial. Yeah, spin the dial.
That's what the knob is on the radio for.
That's funny. Whiskey, he worked himself. Oh, Sierra Papa 5 and very nice.
I guarantee he's a CW op, which is why he pulled out all those call signs. Because on CW, they're actually calling, they're identifying all the time, unlike these rag chewers.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, that's what you mean by chewers, because I heard someone before talk some about M-com persons and then chewers, and I had no idea what they were referring to.
Yep. Hey,
that means-
Michael's got a clean sweep. That's awesome.
Nicely done.
Nice.
Yes, well done.
You beat me. I got 5.
Yeah. I got sick and I listened to Annette. That's how I got so many of them. But yeah, they keep talking. I'm like, come on, next guy, get the next guy.
Come on. All right, let's do it.
All right, we've got 3 minutes left. The second and third place are still up for grabs.
Mm-hmm. Nope. Sterling.
Your 0.
Desk interference is coming back.
Yep. I'm chatting to the YouTube. Because we have a recording of this, and then we can also replay what was on YouTube.
Yep.
But then you'll hear my typing, but the Zoom recording won't hear that.
Yep. No, I was talking about your cat.
Oh, yeah, that too.
Your cat doesn't seem to be desk interference. Doesn't seem to show
Not
up.
usually, just audio interference. Sits like right. I have a staircase, and she just sits there and just meow.
Yeah, where's Niner? I mean, all right.
Yeah.
Guest is back. Guess who's here?
Back again.
All right, 1 more minute.
Come here.
Hey, now it's not just.
There we go.
Come on.
Cat QR.
Little desk QR Nancy here.
There we go. This is all she wanted.
Oop.
It's like shedding season.
Yeah, my shirt is pretty. My shirt's pretty covered with cat hair now. I think it's like turning whiter and whiter every time I hold the cat.
All right, it's time.
It's time. All right. Well,
All right. So who has 9? Anybody have 9? Eight. Anybody get 8? 7.
I feel like I was supposed to say bingo. I didn't get 7. You just keep on counting down. Just go.
N43. 6.
I got 6, but I don't count.
Besides, you already got your RNL hat.
I got 5.
5? Anybody?
Count.
4? 3? 2?
Just waiting for the number. And
1.
You can go lower than that.
We got a 7-way tie with 0.
Oh, Emma got 2.
Emma got 2. Cool.
All right.
WebSDR is a little. It takes a little getting the hang of if you've never touched it before. Kind of like the Flex does.
Especially with the lower and upper sideband, you might get those mixed up.
Anybody else get any?
You can get those backwards, and you also can. You can just get the tuning really screwed up.
It gets difficult when there's sound coming from the Zoom call too.
Yeah, Eileen had the same problem.
But you could just lock those as well, right?
Yeah. I think you can. Yeah, I think you can turn the Zoom.
I mean, it's web through web, yeah.
Well, let's see. Hey, wait a minute. You get 4 numbers listening to Zoom.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, I did what somebody had mentioned, the CW, and some of the SDRs have a decoder. And I thought, haha, and just started decoding, and I got the guy that was the loudest, and he's still on 7047.5, and he's having a rag chew.
Nice.
All right. Well, we'll officially make Emma second place, and we'll send out some hats. All right, Sam. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Neil, for pulling this all together. It's been a lot of fun.
It has.
I hope it's been a lot of fun for all of you too.
Been a lot of fun.
I thought the European YOTAs were cool because even I've been in ham radio 15 years when I went to maybe something like that when I went to Austria, and you still discovered some new aspects of ham radio that you never knew were out there. I think that's why this stuff is so cool. And you make some great buddies while you're at it.
I'm actually wearing the T-shirt from the last YOTA.
Yeah.
Youth camp in Bulgaria.
Very nice.
They went all in. It was quite cool. Actually, I've got my call sign and country here. So.
That's so cool.
Cool.
Yeah. Got my Austria one somewhere.
Yeah, those shirts are better than ours for sure. We had to draw our call signs on with a Sharpie.
Hey.
It works.
All right. Well, let's finish things up here. We've got a few announcements, and then we'll do our door prizes, and then we'll let everybody go. But I hope you've enjoyed the day. It's been fun. I know the camp would have been more fun, but at least we had a chance to do some things together and do some things from home safely, and hopefully everything will come together next year. We'll be able to overcome the pandemic and make it work. So few announcements. First of all, again, the special event station runs through Friday because we're keeping the original camp date. So if you want to do that and you have a U.S. license, drop Marty an email at special@youthontheair.org and look for W8Y on the spots. Connor's out there burning it up right now. So that's going to be going until Friday. We're also probably looking for a QSL manager for that. So if anybody's interested in being the QSL manager for that, let me know. The field day remote, this is the deadline. So if you want to do the field day remote, again, you need a U.S. license to operate the remote, even though the SEPT agreements and everything allow you to operate from the U.S. Doesn't allow the remote. So if you want to operate field day with the remote, make sure you sign up for that in the next few minutes so that Chris can get a schedule together. We're going to have a Zoom conference tomorrow night at 7:30. We're going to try to keep it to a half hour. and we'll just send that to those people who have signed up, and I'll record it again so we can post it. But Chris and Jocelyn and I are going to run you through how to use the remote. Actually, I should just say Jocelyn's going to run you through the remote so you can log and everything through the remote desktop. So we're going to run through that tomorrow, and if you can't make it, I'll post the video on the website. So if you want to sign up for that field day remote, you need to do that in the next few minutes, so we can get that finished up. Whatever you do this weekend for field day is great. We hope that you're on for field day, but if you do not have a club to contribute your score to, and this is for everybody age 25 and under, not just the people here on Zoom, anyone 25 or under, put Youth on the Air in as the club name. Club or group name on your field day score entry. You will still get your own individual score, but what they're doing is they're compiling those individual scores into a separate club score, and we're going to try to do one for youth. So Youth on the Air is the club name. Please don't put YOTA, because there are multiple YOTAs. So make sure you put Youth on the Air as your club name on that. And again, that's for everybody. YOTA Online, the second one is tomorrow at 1800 Zulu. That's 2 p.m. Eastern Time. This is the Youngsters on the Air sponsored online event that's every month. It's an hour long. I'm not sure what the topic is yet. I don't think they've announced it, but they'll have a couple of prizes at the end, and they'll have a topic that's concerning youth and ham radio. That's available on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch, as well as QO100 if you can get that. But that's tomorrow, so I wanted to make sure people know about that, because that is tomorrow. Also, the Long Island CW Club is starting another beginner class on July 20th. Now, since the pandemic hit, they kind of started these CW classes for school-aged kids. And so it meets Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays from 12:45 to 1:15 Eastern Time. For a few weeks, and that starts July 20th, and it's free. So just drop an email to k2mikezulu@yahoo.com, and you can register for that. They need your name, your age, your grade, what state you're in, and your parents' names and email and phone, just to make sure that you have permission to be online. And that's the Long Island CW Club, kids only CW beginners class, starting July 20th. So there's that. Okay, so door prizes. We have 2 $100 gift certificates from DX Engineering. Thanks so much to DX Engineering for donating these to us, so that we could give those away. So we're going to pick, what I'm going to do is I'm going to pick a random number, and then from the random number picker, I'll go to the YOTA camper roster and see what number that person is. And then Sterling is going to come up with the one for the YouTube viewer. So let me switch over to that, and we're going to do the random number picker. Where is that? There it is. So generate number, go, and the number is 14, which is W3MLJ. So Michael,
wow,
you get a DX Engineering gift certificate. and we'll have that sent out to you. So let me make sure. Gift certificate. Okay, and then Sterling, what do you got on YouTube?
All right, so I use Gleam, and I can't show the actual entries because they have their email addresses, and I don't want to, make everybody get spam here. But number 1, I have Charles Hop, or Hopi Hop, probably AA4LS. And you have to be in the chat. If you're in the chat, Charles, say something. And I know you're out there.
Are you there,
And
Charles?
I know you have friends in here. I'm gonna give you 30. Oh, there he is.
There he is.
Charles
Okay,
Hop. He's number
Charles.
1. And also, thank you for all of the responses. I put in a little question saying, what can we do to bring more youth into amateur radio? And everyone who participated gave me some good insight. So his answer was live streaming, which we're doing right now. So
yes.
perfect. And I got a lot of other good
Charles
ones. So
is
thank you.
AA4 what P?
AA4 Lima Sierra.
Lima Sierra. Okay. Okay. Got it. Okay, so you get a $100 gift certificate to DX
Congratulations.
Engineering. That's cool. And let's see here. Let's go back to this. And then we're going to do our grand prize, which is an IC 7300 from R&L Electronics. In fact, let me do this. Couple buttons here, and here it is.
You weren't expecting that, were you?
Yeah, were you expecting an IC 7300 to be given away? Well, here it is. It's real.
I think you can take a look at my face. Yes.
Yeah. do not open YOTA prize. So we're going to give away 7300. We want to thank R&L Electronics, obviously, for that. That's a huge thing. Roger Smallwood, he remembers being a young ham, as was I. And he said, I've always had, since Dad had the store, I've always had all kinds of radio equipment around to play with, and he wanted to share that. And there was a special opportunity that he had to do this, so he said, "Yep, let's give it away. Don't wait till next year. Let's give it away now." So we're going to give away the IC 7300. So. All right, so let's give it away. So random number picker, and it's 22, which is Jack Roberts, KD9OPV. Jack, are you here? I know he's not on Zoom. Anything on YouTube there, Sterling?
Not yet.
Patrick says, yeah, Jack isn't here. Okay. Well, here we go again.
Shame.
$13 is Joshua Martin, KD9OTG. Not on Zoom. Anything on YouTube?
I'm not seeing anything, Neil.
Okay.
Is that Ham Radio Essential? No, it's not.
No, that's Case.
Gotcha.
Peter, N8, PJL.
I saw him earlier. Yeah, he's
He's
here.
in the Zoom.
He's in the Zoom. Peter.
He's in the Zoom. Peter, you just won an IC 7300.
He's here. Congratulations. He's muted, but
there we go. He's muted. There we go.
There you go.
So yeah, we'll get that out to you, and there we go. So we got a 7300 giveaway. So congratulations to Peter.
That's a lot of radio right there.
That's a lot of radio right there. That is.
I've got mine right here.
So there we go. All right.
Overnighted just in time for field day.
Yeah, right. Not sure I'm that good. But anyway. Well, anyway, let's close out. Let's remind everybody. Hope to hear you on field day this weekend. December is YOTA month, and I'm sure we'll be putting together a plan for that. So be sure to remember to participate in YOTA month. We'll get details out on sign-ups and all that kind of thing, to take turns on the call signs and what call signs we'll have and all that kind of thing in the fall. So don't forget about that. And then the camp, everybody who was accepted to the camp will be eligible to come to the rescheduled camp in July of 2021. We're, I think, one checkpoint away from announcing the official dates on that. So we're almost there. So we'll have that out very soon as to what the dates are, and then we will take applications for the remaining spots. So we had, I think, 3 open spots. We'll take applications for those. If anybody can't make it, we will fill those spots up. So we will open up the application process in the spring. So watch for that, and we'll use that to fill up the openings for camp next summer. So that is all we have for tonight. So thank you all for being here. I hope you got to know each other at least a little bit, and you can take something away from this, that you've learned something, and had some fun today. So thank you all for being here. And yes, now you got to get your general. Yeah, exactly. So there we go. All right, everybody. Good night.
Good night.
73. Thank you so much.
Actually, good night for me. So
very good night, and very good night to our
Yeah.
viewers out in Europe and far far east.
Yeah, they're actually getting to go to bed now.
Yeah, sorry to keep you guys awake.
we didn't mind. We loved every minute of it.
Very good.
Great.
Good to have you here also, and everybody.
All right. And
that is a wrap.
That's a wrap.
And now we can chill and hang out and shoot the breeze, and
And recording
It's
stops
empty.
now.
Same. Bye bye, YouTube.